What's up, everyone? Welcome to Dodger Heads, presented by DodgerBlue.com, part of the Blue Wire Podcast Network. My name is Jess Beagle, joined today by Justin Lorber, a.k.a. Future Dodgers, talking trade deadline stuff. So I figured, hey, Justin, we got to get you in to talk Dodger prospects. I know you're working on your mid-season rankings updates. You're pretty close over there, right?
Yeah, it's basically set. Give or take 1 or 2 spots for each person, but the structure.
And now you got to wait a week to make sure some of those guys actually are still in the organization by the time you finish your list.
Yeah, well, it goes beyond the list. So there's a few excess guys who, depending on who gets moved, could move in.
Love it. Well, the question I want to ask you is, as the Dodgers are preparing for the trade deadline, we know there are a bunch of potential trades out there. Lucas Giolito, even Nolan Arenado. All those guys are going to cost prospect capital. We know the Dodgers have one of the best, if not the best, farm system. And so when I was thinking about wanting to have you on, the question I wanted to ask, and I'll kind of just let you run with this, is which Dodger prospects do you think are most likely to be moved? And to frame this, in my own mind, I'm thinking...
That can't be interesting to anybody. How are you guys? For some reason, my thermostat just doesn't work on my air conditioning. One of these modernish things. So all of a sudden, it's very hot in here. Very, very hot. It says it's cooling, but frustrating. Daily Jillian, I'm sorry that your husband passed away. Life is not the same. Of course not. I'm sorry about that. That's tough. It's pretty tough. Sorry about that. I did check the batteries. I changed the batteries. I turned the item downstairs on and off, and I just can't think what else it is. 525 and then drop down fast. Yeah, that's got to be margin. I did this. Hey, Jennifer, I did this chart yesterday. It's not, my charting doesn't measure up to Avid and Arca. But a couple of things. This trend between the orange lines, one could argue we broke down through it and came back up into it. So you could argue this was all an anomaly, and now we're back in this trend line. When we broke out of it, it came down to test, and they got it all the way down to the bottom of the channel, and now that we're rallying up. I think the first somewhat significant number will be a little over $6. I don't expect it to stop anything. And then this channel runs up pretty steadily. And of course the chart goes off the page. But I think the next area is right in here. It's around $7. And I would expect it'll break through that 650, 7 range and hit 750, which is this trend line here. This one. So I think 750 might be where you see a pause for the cause. But I don't expect it to be a very dramatic one either. This is approximately parallel to the bottom trend and this trend up here. And then even though ARCA won't say it, I'm going to say it. I think your next target using this channel here and going up, next target's around $56 a share. And then this is a completely non-scientific, but this rally here, and this is an algorithmic chart, that's where it becomes quickly unscientific. But this rally here was 3 inches. This rally here, if it were 3 inches, the stock would go to $70. But also, this trend line right here crosses at $70. So my target is $70. That is my finger update. We've got 7 minutes until the hardest working ham in the abattoir comes on. And then we'll get to your questions. And I'm really sorry about your husband, Jillian. There's just not much to say. That's, I guess it's going to happen to all of us if we live long enough. And he's probably in heaven, or soon will be, making it safe for you. But it's just that's got to be an empty feeling. I just, all we can do is say a prayer, because it's one of those hard things to comprehend. I lost my dad last year. Your loss must be much greater. But it's not easy. Hey, the real Schwang. Okay, who's this? D Quattro. Thanks a lot, D Quattro. I'm always pleased with your pithy, spot-on analysis. Preaching 3 week. We're in the 3rd week. Exclamation point, question. Okay. I'm not sure we're in the 3rd week. As far as I can calculate, we might be in the 2nd week, and next week's the 3rd week. But this is not an exact science. And as far as preaching is concerned, all I'm trying to say is this is where the table seems to be set. You've got a big buyer. There's been tremendous progress fundamentally, and you've got a trap short. And China's coming out from lockdown. If in your mind 3 weeks is up, preach. Well, I'll just tell you, Papa, don't you preach. Get out of the stock. Sell it. If your timer's up after 3 weeks and it's been preach, I'm going to stop preaching on your behalf, and I'm going to suggest, I can't give specific financial advice, that you get out of the stock. Obviously, if whatever's meant to happen didn't happen in 3 weeks, then it's never going to happen. And if that's as facile as your analysis goes, you don't belong in this stock. That's just my judgment. I think there's other plays out there that seem to have the one that grabs me on a squeeze basis is Eastman Kodak. So preach. Not me. I preach that if you can't wait 4 weeks instead of 3, or 6 weeks instead of 3, you're in the wrong stock. Get into a Kodak. That could take 1 week. It could take 6 months. But who knows? At least you're not being preached to. Hey, Romero. Long A long time you haven't heard from me. Yeah, I didn't come on yesterday. I guess that's a long time. I noticed the last couple of times, Friday and Monday, that I got quite agitated. So I figured I better. The stock was up yesterday, so I figured I better just take time off. Stocks is $4.70. It's up from $1.44 approximately 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, but it's not enough. So preach, preach, preach. I don't personally ever recall saying that I myself was saying it happened in 3 weeks. I do recall saying that Tom Ronk thought the margin buy-ins were starting and it could be completed within 3 weeks. I do recall that. I don't recall myself ever saying, hey, you better get in. It's going to go up in 3 weeks. I think Finger could go next week, the following week, the third week, the fourth week, the fifth week, the sixth week, the seventh week, the eighth week. But I'm not preaching. Not preaching. And if you hear me as preaching, kindly exit the position. You must have a profit in Finger. Unless you bought it at the very high, you have a profit. Take your profit. 3 weeks is up. Ding, 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 ding. All right, let's call in. Okay. All right, everyone. This is Ham, and his first question is: you've been preaching that 3 weeks, and it's the third week. That's what one guy put up. I told him to get the hell out of the stock. But anyway, go on.
Okay, everybody. It's Wednesday. I got it down right today, and again, this is our recap of security fraud. It's not investment advice for the dummies that think this is investment advice who can't think. We have our own opinions. You are tuning in. We didn't call you. You called us. All right. So again, we're here to help you out. If you have any questions, we'll go through it, and we'll sort of walk you through what we see and what we think. That's your determination. Once you hit the button, it's your problem, not ours. All right. Once you invest, that's your. No one's ever helped me invest in Apple, IBM, you name it. All right. I think this is for people that don't understand what it's like being on the front line. I think this is a good introduction, and I think it's worth the while to listen in. Don't invest. I could care less if you did it, if you didn't. But you need to understand how to protect your family. That's the most important thing, and most people cannot in this environment. Anyway, so let me get going and just start out by saying yesterday I had a long day, and I actually had the chance to meet a real-life whistleblower who met with the FBI on behalf of the GTII shareholders who were sitting home on their fat asses. This guy went out and did what he had to do, brought all the documentation. He did it by himself. No one told him. I met him face to face. He told me what they said. And I strongly believe that the shit's going to hit the fan for our friends in Long Island shortly. On top of that, Avid Trader just put a video out discussing the Freedom of Information Act filed by a law firm. We're trying to get Mark Bazile on the call. Hopefully he will call in and have him address what we think, what it means when they deny you the information you request. It's the opposite way. They don't give it to you because it shows the attorneys and everyone else that they're under investigation, and this could disrupt their investigation if the information gets out. So that is a confirmation that they are under investigation, by the SEC, FBI, I'm not sure who it is. But that is, from a legal end, they're under investigation. We know people who met with the FBI. I met with the FBI, so we all know this shit's going to hit the fan. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen on GTII. And if you look at it, William,
Yes, sir.
in GTII, if and when the Kramers do get charged, we're showing you the criminal.
88 cents. That's a Chinese lucky number.
And we're showing you the criminal, and we're showing you the Alpine, which has the proof from a legal case with the Depository Trust and FINRA going after Alpine. So again, the only thing we don't have is a dead body in GTII. Everything is right there. We showed you who the criminals are, and we're showing you now the Alpine news, which we already know. We're just waiting for FINRA to flex its beer muscles, which it's so strange how they can go after MMTLP.
They hiked, you didn't see it yet, but they hiked rates 25 basis points.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's none of my business. I could care less. That's the overall economy. I told you when the real stocks go down, the shitty stocks will go up, in due time. The cost to borrow goes up. For the dummy who said there's no margin, okay, tell them to go out there and go. They have a stock loan. What do? They pay interest. They pay margin. What is it? This guy's an idiot. Making shorts don't have any margin, right? They can carry all these positions for free, and every prime broker is carrying all these positions. Sell all you want, and we have no liability. Sure, that just shows you what idiots are around. Again, you know what's going on in GTII. The stock is very quiet. I'm a believer in when it's quiet, when people are not buying it, is when I buy it. If you did that in finger motion, you got stock below $4 the last 3 days, thanks to Lynn Partners trying to throw it out the window. But that's when you buy it. I always told you, when your stock looks ugly, Mark is on, hold on a second. Mark is on a space call. William, if you can text Busy Brands and tell them how to contact you, it would be easier that way.
All right, I don't
again,
know.
I'll keep talking. You try to reach out to Busy and take care of that. But again, in finger motion and GTI, okay, well, hopefully we can get to see the Kramers being charged soon, and we actually have the Alpine news. When is FINRA shut them down? I do believe that that big short position is living somewhere around in Alpine's universe as a prime broker. They are the gatekeeper to the DTC, and I do believe that when stocks are quiet, that's when you buy them. I don't like to chase them. I like to buy them when people don't want them. It's very easy to buy them. Okay, when the stock starts running, it's very difficult to buy them. Okay, and that's the way I was taught to play the game. We talked about Kramers. We talked about Alpine. I'm waiting for when Mark gets on. I want to talk about the freedom of information and how that relates with GTII and the Kramers. And we'll talk about the MMTLP and that crazy stuff that's going on with the SEC. And I also think that anyone that's long MMTLP, get ready for the assault of the negative stories coming. The SEC and FINRA, in those emails, trapped themselves, exposed themselves, and they have no way of dealing with this mess. The Blue Sheet investigation is a clear-cut way to put this to bed. So if anyone gets in a conflict with anybody on Twitter, just show us the Blue Sheet number, end the conversation, and that'll prove it all. FINRA cannot show that number. That would set the world ablaze. So they're having these people run interference, changing the narrative. And I do believe at the end of the day, they will do something. They will do something to fix this and settle it quietly and get it off the front page of the newspaper. So they're going to try to do damage control on their end and shame the investors and shame the management for doing nothing wrong. I mean, I told people to post last night the video of John Berta telling Charlie Payne that he called the regulators and let them know, and no, everyone said, take a walk. The market makers, GTSM, and I believe Canaccord, a Canadian brokerage firm, has more power in the United States than everybody on this phone. They called up, made a stock, got it a CUSIP, MMTLP, and got it trading. Canadian Canaccord brokerage firm, CSTI. They've been naked short selling fronts for years. Everything that was naked shorted many years ago was from New York, from the U.S. to Canada, back into the U.S. That's how they used to do it. And Canaccord was the gatekeeper to doing that. So they know the game very well. They hired a couple of big U.S. analysts to try to, as we say, put lipstick on a pig. They tried to cover up that they're a complete fraud, but they are a disgrace.
Jennifer, I told him to call me. I'll merge him in.
On Finger Motion, you can see the Lynn Partners, the stock moved up. They love selling it down. They have to hold it down. I always tell you, accumulate, you buy half, bid for half. They always got to come back and try to knock it down. They can't handle the margin calls. They can't handle any momentum. Their time is coming to an end. They can keep playing the game. I told you, the more they sell, the higher it goes. I've seen it done in a million names. GameStop was one of them, AMC. They all did the same thing, try to hold it down. You can only do it for so long. And if they thought they can win, for the people who doubt, if they thought they can win, they let the stocks go higher. They can't win, and that's why they try to sell it down. And Finger Motion is a classic example of today's activity. Got to 5.25, and they've just been whittling it down slowly all day, trying to get it red so that people panic and they can try to get people to come out of the stock. Again, they're looking for your stop loss order. People that put them in and say, hey, sell my 5,000 shares if it trades at 460, stop loss, boom, they'll take you out at 430. I told you stop loss orders are good in Apple, IBM, Google, those type of things. They're not good here. Right? These guys control it and can see it, so be careful on that. William, was there any luck with Mark?
Yeah. He's. We went back and forth. He's going to call me, and I'll merge the calls when he does it.
Okay, great. All right, so just to touch on it again, anyone who has a problem on Twitter fighting a basher on MMTLP or a reporter, it's pretty easy. Your fight should be the blue sheets. Show us what came out of the blue sheets. How many shares are extra in the system? That's all you need to do. And then once you get that number, follow the sell tickets to the money. That's it. So all the bullshit, FINRA, the SEC, all the stuff that they're saying means nothing. The whole
Oh.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Mark, I'm going to merge you.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for everything.
I was actually on the space call waiting for...
Well, here, let me get you on with Ham. Hang on.
This money is gone.
Hey, Hamster,
Yep.
you've got the hardest working attorney in the United States on the line.
Yes. Mark, listen, it was a pleasure meeting you yesterday, and I just want to let people know Mark is our type of guy. You know, when you meet him in person, he understands the fraud. He understands the anguish in people and what they're losing, and he's a fighter. This guy, he understands a street fight. He's not looking to fight this in the Supreme Court. He wants to fight it where it hurts in their pocketbook, and that's what I love about him, is to tell you the truth. But, Mark, let me just ask you a couple of questions, just to go over the freedom of information that Avid reported on today. What is your take on the freedom of information that you have, just as your gut as an attorney?
Okay, so what we do is we run FOIA requests on all of the toxic or unregistered lenders that we deal with. And if they're under investigation by a law enforcement agency, they specifically say that they cannot provide any information that we're requesting because it could interfere with a law enforcement investigation or action. So Well, that tells me right off the bat that there's an official investigation by the SEC into that particular party that we've requested information on. So, that's it says it right in the FOIA response that
Right.
it'll interfere with a law enforcement investigation. So where they are in that investigation, we'll never know unless we get involved in it somehow, which we have been in a couple of cases. The SEC has come to us because they know that our issuers, my clients, have taken these bad loans and blah, blah, blah. They want information from the CEOs. They want to interview them. So we have to cooperate. We've even served subpoenas on us in cases to find out information. So, but there's always a friendly exchange of information on our end because, we kind of applaud the SEC for the actions that they're taking. But from a FOIA request, people think that if a FOIA request goes from an investigation then to a civil enforcement action, they'll still deny you your FOIA request because now it may supply, exactly like you said earlier, I heard you a little earlier, information that's not publicly available that they're going to be saving for discovery or for motion practice or whatever. So they're not going to provide the information. But it's pretty damning when you get a response from FOIA saying that any information we give you may interfere with law enforcement investigations. That's dangerous.
Listen, that's market. We all think of it as the other way when we get rejected, that it's negative, but it's actually a positive because exactly what you just said. So I don't want to keep you too long. Let me move on to the MMTLP. And what do you think about this attack by the SEC on the principals? What's your gut?
Was there a Wells notice? Somebody's asking about a Wells notice? I don't know. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's it. It's a Wells notice, and let's let him discuss it. Go ahead, Mark.
So a Wells notice is usually served. It doesn't have to be served, but it's usually served on a target of an investigation. It's almost like a grand jury, right? A grand jury isn't a trial. You're not finding guilt or innocence. A grand jury just says, we see or have enough information to indict you. In other words, to bring a case against you, to try to enforce a penal law, a civil law, whatever the case may be, right? So view the Wells notice as going through a grand jury process. And a Wells notice typically is issued towards the end of the investigation where there may be some loose ends and they don't have to serve a Wells notice, but when they do, it's giving the other side 30-day opportunity to rebut it and say, well, you're not looking at this right, here's my other evidence, or you're not seeing things clearly, here's the law on this issue. And that's for the attorneys to battle it out. But from the MMTLP community side, and I've talked about this morning, I think this is a diamond in the rough. Because I've been saying for 4 months, you've got to go to the very beginning. People claim that there were short positions in Torchlight. They carried over to Meta. Then they carried over to the Series A. That became the MMTLP. That became possibly naked shorting in December of 2022. And then the U3 halt. As much information as that's out there, and people can get, the one email we got from FOIA saying that it hit the fraud desk, doesn't mean that there's fraud. Just means that it hit fraud desk, but there's some suspicion that something was going on. Now, according to the Wells notice that was made public in the 8K filing by Meta, it refers to some general securities fraud statutes, right? About material information or omission and a couple of other things. We don't know what the hell they're focusing on. It could be very well a situation where, and if you go back and you look at everything that they've done, they have securities attorneys, corporate attorneys, inside counsel, FINRA review, SEC review, S1 registrations, 14 A's, auditors, PCAOB audit firms, public audit firms that are usually adverse to issuers if you don't know the whole public audit process. Then you have the DTCC. You've got the transfer agent. So it has to be something that a class action attorney would be more interested in. Was there some information that wasn't exact or precise, or did they forget to give some information that was exact and precise, and did it affect the share price in the market? Well, Pam and Bill, the three of us kind of agree. We kind of know where all this crap starts, and a lot of it starts with these toxic lenders and bad funding deals, because a shit ton of stock will hit the market in 6 or 9 months, then everybody starts playing games, jumping ahead, shorting, whatever the case may be, right? So, but the Wells notice here, we don't know what they're focusing on. They may, in fact, be focusing on the whole genesis of the problem that led to the U3 halt. So
Right.
it's not, I don't think it's something, personally, I don't think it's something that Berta or George did. It may have been based upon a disclosure or a failure disclosure, but trust me, they've got armies of attorneys, armies of auditors, armies of compliance guys, in-house counsel. There was 40 or 50 eyes on everything that's happened from the beginning. So you mean to tell me all of them are in cahoots?
Right.
All of them purposely did this? I don't know. It just, and the timing of this, whether it's coincidental or not, when the MMTLP community is finally pushing hard and getting things done, getting eyes open in Congress and eyes open with regulators. Maybe this was a distraction. Maybe this was
That's what I really believe, Mark. I really believe that the community getting the politicians, and they were knocking doors down, and the pressure is mounting. And from everything I hear, the walls are closing in, and they needed to get on the offensive and change the narrative. For those who don't understand it, when GameStop went and AMC went, everyone was talking about short squeezes and naked short selling. It's nowhere in the newspapers again. You never see it again. It disappeared. They get things out of the newspapers. So in the case of MMTLP, they need to get this on the back burner. They'll fix it, but they need to not be, basically the community slapping the SEC around is what's going on. That's what I see. And that's what I feel. So again, if anyone, talking about that. Mark, let me just change it so we get past the MMTLP. I know you're an attorney, you got things to do. Let's talk about the unregistered broker-dealers and why they don't become a registered broker-dealer versus being unregistered. Tell us why are these guys an easy target being unregistered? Because once they registered, I guess all the eyes are on them. Maybe you could explain it.
Okay, so the Securities Act basically states in the statute with specific language, if you're going to engage in buying and selling securities for your own account through a dealer or otherwise, it requires you to register as a dealer. The purpose for registration has been announced in a lot of the recent SEC enforcement cases, judgments, as well as defeating the lender's motions to dismiss, that registration is the hallmark and foundation of basically a credible market, right? Because it provides oversight. Now, if you're looking to try to get away with something, do you want somebody looking over your shoulder?
No.
Right? Exactly. So what they do is they think, oh, we're a hedge fund or we're a trader. We're exempt from these laws. But the difference is, like with a trader, like you guys are all traders. Most of you on the call right now are all traders. You're buying and selling securities. You're doing it from your basement. You're not doing it as a business. You're not advertising. People don't know to come to you and buy and sell securities. You're looking at charts and peaks and valleys and making your own independent determination, buying stock in the market. That's not what these guys do.
Right.
These guys buy stock directly from the issuers. And because the issuers are sometimes cash strapped, they can impose egregious terms on those issuers. And sometimes those terms are really bad. They cause ratcheting down. They're repricing the conversion price, repricing the warrant exercise price. Next thing you know, you did a deal at $5, and now all of a sudden you're trading at 50 cents, and you wonder why they're going to get warrants at 5 cents a share, right? And that just means they're entitled to more and more warrants the lower the price gets. So that's kind of like how a ratchet works. So the whole registration issue is kind of new since 2020, right? The laws have been on the books since 1934. So it's not like they've come up with a new law. They just decided to start enforcing it because the abuse by a lot of these hedge funds and a lot of these private equity firms is so massive, putting, retail probably, and I wasn't kidding when I was on that YouTube thing with Wes and Roger Hamilton. Over the last 10, 15 years, there's probably trillions of dollars of losses in retail on the retail side. So you're funding the return on their investment tenfold, 20-fold, 50-fold, right? It's coming out of your pockets because you're buying stock in the market. You're churning from the brokers who are selling it on their side. So that's why they don't register. If they register, FINRA would have oversight. Now, I know what people think of FINRA, but at least that's the first level of oversight, right? Then you have NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange, which basically has triggers in there. It says you can't do deals more than 20%. We probably wouldn't approve a corporate action. We probably wouldn't approve this transaction. So if they're registered, everything is exposed. Everything is reviewed. If you're not registered, hey, we'll just, let's shake hands. Here's the documents, blah, blah, blah. Don't default. I'll churn the stock. We'll create liquidity in the market. That's another bullshit defense they have, that they're there to create liquidity in the market. Bullshit. They're there to fucking take every goddamn cent from you guys as they possibly fucking can, only because they're not registered and they're doing these egregious deals. So
Mark, let me just stop you there for a second. For all the people out here, and I have a lot of hedge fund guys out here. I have a lot of guys on the phone. I thought you were coming on today, so it would be great. These guys have investment in small companies that have taken toxic loans, and I want them to reach their CEOs and actually have a conversation with you. So I'm trying to funnel people to you to get versed in this. When you do attack them as a unregistered toxic lender, what is the outcome most likely? What do you see when you attack these guys? Obviously, my opinion is that they're going to try to settle and get away because they don't want to be forced to register. Maybe you can just talk to them about that.
So three things happen, right? The first thing is they're shocked they're being sued because they don't understand it, and fuck you. We're like Stratton Oakmont. It's your fault for taking the money. It's your fault for the bad business you're running. And it's your fault for the bad market response. Not our fault. That's their first. The second thing is that we're accepted from this. We're a hedge fund. We're not underwriters. We're not buying to put stock back into the market. And then the third thing is, they know that as soon as we file against them, they go on the SEC's radar. And we've had a lot of investigations open based upon some cases that we've actually started filing, which I just want to explain to you why the issuers themselves can take action instead of waiting for the SEC. Up to about 2 months ago, there was no civil cases that actually tested the substance of the statute, the same statute that the SEC is seeking enforcement against these unregistered lenders and winning everything. Massive judgments, massive disgorgement, everything else. We're the ones that had the first case in the country that was decided by the state court, but has applied the federal securities laws as written exactly how all the other federal courts have done in the SEC enforcement actions. And you know what that court did? It canceled the entire transaction. They weren't entitled to their 33 million shares in additional dilution. They weren't entitled to their $400,000 or $700,000 that they claimed that was due under the notes. The whole transaction was canceled. So, with that, having the first civil case in the country that decided this, that completely tracked these big federal courts in New York, in Florida, in California, in Texas, and Massachusetts, and Illinois. It just goes to show you that just because the party is different doesn't mean the law is different. And that's an important distinction because, a lot of CEOs are 2 feet in one shoe. Well, if I sue my lenders, I'll never get money again. Well, make your company profitable, and then you're not going to be reliant on this. But if you're going to take money from a credible, registered, dealer or broker, because there are backstops put in place by the national markets as well as the regulatory agencies to prevent this kind of stuff.
That's why That's why when Finger Motion went to Benchmark threw him out to, why didn't Benchmark lend them the money? Instead, they gave them to Lynn back on the outside again. That's what they do.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, if you're buying and selling securities as a dealer, the statute also says through a broker or otherwise. So they're going to prop up, oh, no, this deal was legit. We did it through a broker. That's not what the statute says. It says it right there. Through a broker or otherwise. You have to register. Why? Because we want you to report to us, and we want to provide oversight over you. So there's a shit ton of these guys that saw how much these small little toxic lenders on the OTC markets were making, and they're like, oh, great. We could just kind of change our documents, do it more, make it more warrant heavy, and we could do the same shit on NASDAQ companies, but instead
they moved up. They robbed all the poor, so now they're after the middle class or upper class.
That's exactly, exactly right. Yeah, exactly.
So, Mark, can I ask you two questions that pop to mind? One is, if these guys don't register, that FINRA doesn't oversee them, so nobody's overseeing them, and FINRA feels no obligation. That's my first question. The second is, it seems to me that one of the things that greases the wheels to sell all these millions of unregistered shares is some lawyer letter somewhere letting the prime broker know, or the broker dealer, somebody know, that we do expect to get these shares in 6 months because of our toxic note. It's going to be written some other way. My question is, once, like you just said, once they remove all those shares, they kill that note, does that lawyer update that letter to the prime broker and let them know that it's no longer in effect?
Okay, so a couple things, William. FINRA has jurisdiction over its members. So you're right. FINRA couldn't do any action against a hedge fund or a broker or anything else that's not under their jurisdiction. That is in the exclusive jurisdiction of the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Right.
And that's why the Securities and Exchange Commission have been suing a lot of these guys over the last 3 years, right?
Okay.
So just understand, it's not really FINRA. There is a backstop, like with a corporate action, right? So if, let's assume a company, TGII, right? So say they wanted to do a corporate action and a reverse stock split, right? But their 8Ks and their 10Qs and 10Ks show that they've had a bad actor in their stock. When they apply for FINRA and say, we're doing a corporate action, we need your approval, FINRA will say, wait a second, you have a bad actor in your stock. We're not approving that. So that's kind of like a little bit of a backstop that FINRA can get involved in. And do they miss some of them? Yeah, they miss some of them. And not all these toxic lenders are deemed bad actors. They have to be deemed bad actors in order to do that. But it's the SEC. So I hope that answers the first part of your question.
Okay.
You're gonna have to tell me what the second part.
So let me ask you: does the SEC oversight non-registered, members of the security system that are just working outside of the rules?
If you touch a security, you're under the jurisdiction of the SEC.
Okay, good. My other question was, lawyers come in and write sort of CYA letters. If, for example, in the case of Finger or in the case of GTII, the notes get bought back and get, extinguished, does the lawyer ever go back and remove his cover your butt letter so that the prime brokers know that they're taking undue risk?
So I never saw that, but let me explain to you quickly just the process for that.
Okay.
Most every issuer has a transfer agent, right? So there's usually part of the transaction documents include what's called a TA letter. That says that when the time comes,
transfer agent, TA?
Right, to the TA, to the transfer agent. When the time comes, the funder can issue a letter to the TA saying, we're going to convert our debt to stock. Here's how much stock you have to issue us. Or we're going to convert our preferred shares to common. Here's what you have to issue to us. Or we're going to exercise our warrant. Here's how many shares you have to issue to us. Accompanying that request is what's called an attorney opinion letter. because there has to be some legal basis, and there are several factors that the attorney opinion letter has to cover in order to give the TA comfort and compliance to issue those shares.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so the TA will review the letter. Sometimes the transaction documents require notice to the issuer before you do this, and sometimes they don't. On the OTC, most of them don't. They just want the stock, they want to churn it, and the issuer just finds out from the transfer agent, hey, we just got, a conversion notice to convert $10,000 worth of stock into 10 million shares at par value. We're going to do it. And the issuer says, how are we going to stop it? And the transfer agent says, go to court. So instead of doing that, we've been pretty successful in stopping transfer agents by getting a counter attorney opinion letter saying, well, wait a second, this transaction violates state usury laws, so it's void. Oh, wait a second, you're an unregistered dealer. They're not even authorized to enter into this transaction, let alone engage in securities transactions. And then all of a sudden, the TA says, well, wait a second, now we have a problem. What are we going to do about it? And then it usually ends up in litigation because the funder will hold the issuer in breach, the issuer will counterclaim and say, I have a complete defense, your transaction's void, you don't get any money, you don't get any stock. And that's usually how it works. So I've never seen a lawyer retract an opinion letter, because once the opinion letter is done and the stock is transferred, the damage is done, Bill. The damage is already done, So there's no sense to do that.
Okay. Stupid question, I guess. Mark, there's a bunch of people saying there's news out on NextBridge. I guess they're doing a securities offering and maybe a dividend, $1 dividend.
Yeah, I know about that.
All right. Okay. All right.
Listen, Mark,
Sorry,
thank you
Ham,
very
I
much
interrupted
for your
you.
time. Mark, thank you for your time. I will be in touch. I have 1,000 questions and have some companies that I think are going to be very interested in hearing from you. I won't keep you, and we'll just move along with our slideshow. Mark, thank you again. Have a great day.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark, very much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. William?
Yeah, I'm still here. That was great. He's doing such great work.
Listen, I had the chance to meet with him. The guy is my type of guy. He understands. We want to fight this battle now. We want to hang Lynn Partners yesterday, not tomorrow. We want them in jail, busted now. We're not here. So understanding this unregistered broker-dealer and using that as an attack, I've sent the messages back to 3 companies already to reach out to Mark, and I hope to get more that we can help him and fight the battle. And, again, I'm not invested in all these companies, but shareholders have reached out to me. Friends of mine that run hedge funds that have investments in these companies want to see this and put all the pressure on these shorts to get rid of them.
He understands. He really does understand what's happening, and he describes it to the point. So he's great.
Well, listen, again,
he's great.
We're here to force the issue and force as much financial damage on them as possible. They're not our friends, okay? And we're trying to use the legal system into our advantage, but we have the regulators we have to worry about, and Mark and his team of attorneys are experts, and they found this loophole through the unregistered broker-dealers, okay, and the usury fraud. I forgot to ask you about that, the rate. But again, he found the loophole here.
Well, he did one of the lawsuits on usury fraud, or 2 of them. Remember?
Right, so he understands it. He's an expert on it. He's the top guy on it. So to throw this into the mix and hit these guys right between the eyes, where is Lynn or Kramer's are going to run to? The police? We need help. They got nowhere to go.
Well,
So
you and I were talking earlier. They may turn to whatever hedge fund backed them or trained them and find out that hedge fund has switched sides, has gone long.
Listen, if I was the partner that Lynn has in Australia, he said he's a very rich man,
Yeah.
and say, listen, I got $200 million invested with you. We already looted $500 million. I'm going to go long finger motion. And when you go bust, I'll make more on the upside as we're losing it there. I wouldn't be surprised you see that in any of these names. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm sure they thought about it.
So I don't know. It's just a lot of questions. One gentleman reminded everyone to make sure your good to cancel orders are out there, and don't use stop loss orders. I don't know if you want to.
I say that every day. Never use them. Listen, these stocks are controlled by manipulators. This isn't Apple Computer. Apple Computer has Fidelity, BlackRock, all the biggest players in the world in those names. They're not manipulating. They're buying and selling stocks. Okay, the manipulators can hurt Apple a little bit. They can't destroy it like they can to a small cap company. So it's very different. So you got to be careful about that.
One guy, his question goes to the front of the line. He said, "Are you calling in from Seattle because that's where the World Pickleball Championship is being held today?"
Listen, I know a bunch of people that live in Seattle. That was a beautiful city when I went there. Now it's a shithole. It's there's no. I just couldn't go there. I went nothing to do with the place. I mean, it is beautiful. At the Four Seasons, it's beautiful. The Puget Sound is beautiful. But I don't, as an adult male, I don't like walking around the streets unless I'm carrying a gun. Okay, and that's people do in Seattle. But again, it's too dangerous. If the cities are not policed properly, I want nothing to do with it. But thank you for the heads up.
So one person had just a general question on options for Finger right now. If any thoughts you have on which strike price or not, or anything you want to say about options.
This is when you trade stocks. You have to determine what you're in the stock for. What are you looking for? I'm not looking for a stock that's going to go from $4.70 to $5 or $6 or $7. I'm not looking for a short-term move of $2, $3, $4, $5. I'm here for a swing. So when I played a stock that was rumored as a takeover, for example, or like back when I had the call on Bed Bath & Beyond and I posted that. People were buying the 4 calls. I think you bought, William. I can't remember. Am I correct? Can you remember?
I think that's right.
Maybe the stock was $4. So looking at the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, if that stock ever got squeezed, the 6s would be just as valuable as the 4 or the 5s.
Wow.
So that stock went to $35. Those calls went to $25, right? $27.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the type of move. If you look at Tesla, for example, their premium on the Tesla calls are monstrous. You could be $40 away, be out of the money by $40, and these things have a tremendous value. Right? So it depends on the stock and what you're looking for, and So the whole thing is about premium, time, and what you're looking for. So in a case of Finger to me is a home run swing that I believe can have enormous returns. In my opinion, I think this could be a life changer. So buying an option at the $7 strikes at 50 cents or the 8s at 40, or I would buy a combination. If I wanted to, I could buy you buy 5 of the 7s, 5 of the 8s, 5 of the 9s. And the whole thing would cost you less than $1,000. It'd be, $250 for the 7s, $200 for the 8s. That's $450, and then another $200. $700-800. You have option strikes. If the stock moves up and your options go on the 7s, let's say from 50 cents to $1, you can sell those 5s and basically cover the other 2 options for free. You reduce your cost and you have 10 options to play. This is not a stock that's going to 7. This is the stock, once these guys fall, can go to 700. So does it make a difference what options I buy? No. This is a home run swing. We call these throwaway options where you use limited money, okay, that you're willing to risk. It's cheaper than owning the stock. But you're only getting it to August 18th. And last I checked, we're not even August yet. So we have time. And like the last time, we said the same thing. You have time, and guess what? At the stock did? It went from 2 to 7. The $2 calls, 3, 4, 5, 6s, all went way into the money. Now, at the end of the day, the shorts attacked and knocked it back down with their kamikaze attack. But I can't stop that. But you had your opportunity to, if you were on your toes, you could have moved your position around, taken some profit, and still, you would have lost some options at the end. But you'd never go broke. And when you're taking profits and learning how to move it around, you have to learn to do that. Options trade just like a stock. I can buy an option at 50 cents. I can sell it at 55 and buy it back at 50. And now if I buy it back at 50, my cost is really 45. That's how you lower your cost. Do that 5 times a day. Instead of paying 50 cents when you buy it back, you're down. Your cost is, you own it at 25 cents. That's option trading. Option trading, because of the time, you have to be on your toes and take advantage of the swings. You don't have to sell them all, but you need to take advantage of the swings, the price action. So what would I recommend? I don't know what your pocketbook is like or what your, how you understand it. But if this is a first-time option trade, you buy 2, 3 calls, at least amount so you can understand it a little bit, right? If the stock starts running, let's say the stock starts running to 10, you got a few calls. You could buy sell the 3 you bought and buy 20 of the 15s because it's going higher than 20. So once it gets going, it's really going to go. So that's the way I look at it. Right? If you have the money, you could buy the stock. The stock is an option that doesn't expire, but you're spending $5 now, or $70, for example. So to buy the options get you more leverage. You can be bigger with options with less money. That's the beauty of options. And the next part of options is the hard part. When is it going to go? No one knows the timing, but you can see by the legal stuff that's going on, you can see the stuff in the SEC. You can get a feel that the pressure is mounting on the bad guys, and it tells me soon they're going to run soon. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I just want to interrupt with this breaking bulletin. Nextbridge distributed a special dividend, apparently. It's a 10% working interest in the Oro Grande field. The way I read that, it's undeliverable, number one. Number two, how do you deliver 10% working interest, number one? Number two, they have cash calls. So when you have a working interest, you have to meet those calls, and the shorts are going to be in trouble with this. So it's too bad the stock's not publicly traded right now. It'd be squeezing.
Well, it's putting the pressure on the SEC with the MMTLP, right?
All right, that's right.
So they're not going away. You got to fight back, and this is the game. The regulators are looking the other way, but they're regulators. They can only look so much.
Well, they don't all understand it, but they will.
They'll understand it. Trust
So
me.
in Finger, who is the biggest buyer in Finger, potential buyer in your opinion?
Lynn Partners.
All right. Ding, 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 ding. Someone pointed out that Lynn Partners is registered as an advisor, not a investment bank or I don't know if that means.
They're not a registered broker dealer. We know it already.
Yeah, but I don't think that really.
Trust me, we did our homework already, and if Lynn's on the call, we're coming for you, buddy. Keep smiling. We're coming for you. We're not letting you get away. I told you that.
They should. Anybody that's not too.
They want to be Madison Avenue tough guys. Let's see what happens when they lose all their money. How tough they are.
Some of those people there, if they're not too embedded, they should just resign and get out. Do you still think GTII / Finger are ones going first? Are they? Which one?
It's like when you least expect it. These things are both. How can we say they're rockets? They got plenty of fuel, and the fuses have been lit in both. So with the freedom of information the attorney telling you that these guys are under investigation based on his experience with Freedom of Information reports. I met the gentleman who just met with the FBI. They told him to his face, they all know about the Kramers and their toxic loans. Okay, when you walk into the FBI and you say someone's name and they all know about you, there's a problem. It's not, it's not like they're a movie star. They're a criminal and their face is posted in the FBI building. It's just a matter of when they're going to get busted. They can hide, try to scuttle all the LLCs they have, try to hide all their money. For example, who knew that one of the Kramers has his house listed under his dad's name? I don't know that. Someone told me that. All right, so hiding assets, as an adult male, putting the house under your dad's name as a 60-year-old man, I guess, is a way to try to protect your assets, right?
Yeah.
So again, people know it. It's just a matter of when. Again, who's playing in the stock now? I don't know. Okay, it's obviously the stock has a completely different look at GTII. Finger motion is, to me, as a trader, this thing is getting ready to rocket. Whether it's tomorrow, Friday, Monday, or Tuesday, this thing is getting ready to go. There are attempts to bash it, to try to get people to panic out. I'm sure some people tossed it out the window, but there's some real smart people. This, my friends, is professional buying. You scoop it up, walk away, it fills in, and when you step back in, the short sellers know there's buyers standing around because they keep offering 100 shares, very little. Okay, they run away, so they're running up looking and to see who's bidding for it. When they see it, they don't have 50,000 for sale anymore. They have 100 shares. Very different feeling from last week. They found the gap. They attacked it. They used the options. So people understand. These guys are naked short 161 million shares of stock. They are short 800,000 borrowed shares. That's the real short, 800. All right, so it's rounded up, make it a 162. They bought puts, okay? They bought a couple of thousand puts. And obviously, they bought the puts because they wanted them to increase in value. I think they bought, I'll tell you right now, they bought 3,800 of the fours and 33,000 of the fives and 1,000 of the six puts. Right, so it's like 7,000 puts for this month. What they did, they used all those put purchases by going long the puts, and then the person that sold them the puts, which is themselves, they shorted the stock to hedge it, so they created more stock to short. So these guys are long puts that are going to go to zero. They're short more stock against the puts that they purchased, so that's double short. They've probably been selling calls triple short, add in the naked short, and then the actual real short. That's 5 ways that these guys have shorted the stock, and they can't knock it down. 5. Not 1, 5 different ways. All right? And the real short was short almost 1 million. He covered 180,000. So he's on the edge of his seat, ready to fall. So there's another 800,000 to buy.
So whoever's buying is stepping back, letting them sell it to them, and very professionally accumulating.
So you asked me a question before, William. When I worked on the desk, my job was to acquire or short stocks for the best interest of my client. If I did a good job, I would get 10 cents a share. I don't know about anybody who doesn't understand Wall Street. That commission is huge when you sell 1 million shares of stock, or 2 million. That means I did a fantastic job and the benefit of the hedge fund or the fund that I was working for. All right? When you're the Kramers or finger motion, when they try to sell it lower at the market, like they do all the time, it takes no brains to do that. All they're trying to do is knock it down. A professional who's buying the stock, for example.
Well, they have the right men for the job if it takes no brains.
That's exactly right. But the people that are buying Finger Motion are professionals. If
Right.
they can buy 5 million shares, for example, below $6, let's say, that is a ransom. That is, if I'm the fund that's buying it and the broker's got it and gets me all that stock below $6 without removing the stock up $1, that is like a tremendous play for the hedge fund, and the broker did a great job acquiring a stock like this. In MULN, you would get no commission for it because you can buy 5 million shares up, not even a penny. I mean, that's a very different play. But a stock that's very thinly traded, trying to acquire 5 million shares of stock is not an easy thing to do without moving the stock. So quietly, remember, people that are buying a big position in a stock are not here to help you. They're here to help themselves. But accumulation, and you can see that the stock has stopped trading, tells you that there's buyers around. The shorts know it. They know if they drive it down, they're just going to wind up selling more cheap stock. And they're hoping that the long would charge up and they can short it higher. But a sideways motion like you're seeing now is deadly for the shorts.
So
Deadly,
yeah, go ahead.
Deadly to down is deadly. Yeah.
One person is asking, and I think the answer is obvious, but remember, it's confusing to people. Does FINRA have a set of regulations or a charter which dictates how they're supposed to handle this? I assume so.
MMTLP or?
I guess he's talking about just he didn't say.
I don't understand.
I don't.
FINRA is supposed to oversee its members. I don't know how FINRA gets involved in questioning a public company about anything because that's the SEC's job, but that's a different story. But FINRA goes after its members, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. They're all part of FINRA, so it's a very convoluted, they probably say when they did something wrong and say, hey, we did something wrong, charge us $3 million, we'll sign off on it. They probably do something like that. The big boys, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, they pay the fines just to show the world that, hey, we're paying our fines. That's what they're doing. They make 100 times more whatever they do, but they're giving back, 1%. That's what they do.
There was a post on Twitter 2 or 3 days ago, and I think it was Kristen Shaughnessy's. Maybe she retweeted. But anyway, it was about how perhaps maybe they as SEC, are going against toxic notes. Have you heard anything like that? They're going to make them illegal? Or
Listen, they have to stop. Again, in the 90s, it used to be called a pipe. Or
right.
Reg S.
Right.
They all disappeared. The hedge funds keep changing the game to stay ahead of the rules because they obviously have better lawyers than the SEC has, right? So they always look for the next angle. So now
have
they're
more
doing,
money.
Right now they're doing it with warrants, right? They're giving people money. We'll take a stock at a discount.
And then they price some deals above market. They glory.
That's the next scam. Whenever you see them price it above the market, okay, that used to be a real thing. Guys used to buy into stocks above the market, and that was a positive event. Now, if you ever see a stock priced above the market, you're walking into a trap, is what I could say. They want you to come in and say, "Oh my God, they priced this thing. The stock is 60. They priced the offering at 75, 15 cents above the market. They open the stock at $1.10. Everyone views it as positive. Give it a few days, the stock is at 60 again. You say, what happened? Well, these guys get warrants, and there's something. The devil's in the detail that you don't see. That's what that's their game now. Things like that.
When, in your opinion, do the restricted shares become able to trade in GTII?
You know what? I'll try to ask. I don't. I have no idea. I forgot. So listen, the dividend was the restricted dividend is to expose the brokerage firms, which it has. Okay, it exposes the brokerage firms. The short needs to deliver the restricted share to the investor. They can't do it. The brokerage firms are now going to commit more fraud by journal entering share into everyone's account. So they're basically creating their own shares for the public company, the brokerage firms. And that'll come out in the wash down the road. They'll get caught. You can't get away from it. You just can't. Brokerage firms cannot just do a secondary offering and the company get nothing for it.
Does the market maker exemption, which some of these guys have or they use, does that give them a way to weasel out of some of these allegations against them?
Yes and no, but again, they use it, but they're creating liquidity. But we all know that's make believe. Even the NASDAQ, I put it up there all the time. They were concerned about this 20 years ago that that these guys are going to hide behind this liquidity excuse. When they sell a stock, they should be buying it back. They're supposed to make a two-side market. They do not. They just keep flooding the markets on one side. The weight of all the sales collapse the stocks. They know it. Everybody knows it. It's a game that's coming to an end. Okay, I can see them saying to the market makers, in due time, saying, okay, you sell a stock short. When you sell it, you have to buy it back. You have to close out that position in 2 days or a day. That it just can't go on forever. In the old days, the guy sitting next to me was the over-the-counter trading desk, and I remember them trading Intel, and the stock was $40. They would make a sale at 40. They go bid 39 and 15 TDs to buy it back to make 6 cents on it. That was a trader. He would try to buy it back. He wasn't shorting the stock at $40 to stay short and blow it down to 20 cents. He didn't have the power to do that. No one ever did that. Again, the only people that are driving stocks lower are the toxic debt guys. They have that piece of paper. Guys do not play and do this sort of damage. They don't do that when they don't have the debenture. That just doesn't happen.
If they go after the Kramers for usury or for being unregistered, how does that cause a buy-in?
But the Kramers are good. Listen, if they go after the Kramers, if there's an investigation, trust me, the beginning of the naked short selling in GTII is all due to the Kramers. They had the debenture. Where it traveled to and who got the baton, maybe it's Alpine, whoever they passed this mess on to hide it from them to somebody else, it's all going to be exposed. Mark just told you, maybe in MMTLP, they're going back to Torchlight to see what actually happened, going back in time, right?
Right.
The regulators are not stupid. They know what's going on. They're going to track it down. The idiots think that when they write a trade or do a trade, they think it's going away. It's not going away. The paper trail doesn't go away.
Unless you burn the warehouse.
Unless you burn the warehouse.
How long are we going to have to wait for GTII and Finger? Most people think days, but this gentleman thinks it's going to be years.
Okay. Let's hope he's 20 years old.
All right.
Listen, as far as timing goes, I can't tell you that. But again, we're trying to help expose and get this done now. All right, I want to go skiing in Aspen this winter. I don't want to hit pickleballs. I want to hit snowballs. So that's what the game is about. This is about short term trying to kill them. I may not be able to do it. We may be able to do it. I don't know. That's the bet that you guys have to determine. We're trying to find every legal angle. We're reaching out to every federal regulatory body. How many people on this phone went to the FBI? I did it twice already. I know other people have done it. We whistleblow to the SEC. I met Mark Bazile yesterday, and he said to me, I should be getting the biggest whistleblower award ever. And if they ever showed up with a check, one of those big Happy Gilmore checks, I may have to take some of it, because it's that big. I mean, it's billions. Finger motion is $1 billion crime right now. Not a million, $1 billion. And every dollar it goes up $160 million loss. Every dollar. Think about how big that is. Kodak is 1 billion shares short. 1 billion. At $11 is the average price of Kodak. Right? So you look how many shares, how much damage. That's $11 billion robbery already of people's investments. That's just two companies. GTII is 400 million shares. Let's say the average price is $1.50. You're talking $600-700 million already. Every dollar goes up, it's a $400 million loss. Every dollar. That's how big these crimes are.
Geniuses.
MMTLP's got to be a couple of $1 billion. I have no idea what the number is.
They're geniuses.
Well, listen, and they're destroying corporate America. And I discussed it yesterday. Listen, they stopped robbing from the poor, and they went to the middle class, and now they're going to the upper middle class.
RFK.
Etsy, Andrew Left is stealing from the wealthy. He went right to the top. He's knocking out $100 stocks. That's why Andrew Left is going to jail, because the rich people are saying, who is this guy putting these fake stories about these big companies? And what happens is he stepped on the wrong toes, and now he gets his head taken off. That's what's happening with him.
I already asked this, did I? Do we know the shorts have margin? I might have already asked that.
Do we know the shorts? What?
Do they in fact owe margin? Do they have to have maintenance?
It's free. They can do everything for free. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's all a free shot. Listen, if they didn't have margin, why are they attacking the stock down from $7 down to $4.50 $4 as fast as they can go?
Exactly.
There's your answer. I don't need to explain the whole back office to you. And by the way, I'm trying to get a guy who is a 40-year vet. Okay? But he is a little nervous because he has a voice that everyone recognizes. But he will tell you exactly. And he worked at Jefferies, and he worked at Morgan Stanley, and he worked at the top places on the street. All right? So, again, people are nervous about coming out and giving out information. I know everyone loves to hear their voice, but when they tell me, I repeat it to you. I'm not a back office expert, but my friends are. My friends sold Pat Byrne the name T0. My friends are 40-year vets, the top guys on the street. They helped Pat Byrne to do that whole thing. So again, I'm not giving you rookies. I'm giving you the top back office guys on the street. The people that you're talking to at E-Trade, Ameritrade, they don't know their ass from their elbows. My guys are older, and they understand the whole game 100 times better.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Maybe this is just washing money in the market. That's a good point, I think. Right now, there's, 20-some million shares of AMC traded. The stock is down. Can they do that to us here?
Different game.
Why do they keep doing this? Aren't they rich already?
The CEO of that stock is he's not one of my favorites. He abandoned all those people a long time ago.
Exactly. So I think you and I were even talking about this. Why do these Kramers and Lynn keep doing this? They must already have a ton of money. Why don't they walk away? Why do they keep doing it?
Because they all want to become Warren Buffett. That's what they want to do. They want to walk around their neighborhood and make believe they're the king of Wall Street. You can only eat 3 meals a day. You can only buy whatever. You can't. There's not much for life. The most important thing to everybody on this phone, better understand, the most important thing is your health, number one. I understand you want to make money and take care of your kids and travel. I got that. But after you have it, what else is there to do? The life is short. I keep trying to tell people, hey, Educate your friend. Don't be consumed in this every day. I've done it for 23 years. All right? It's not fun.
And
Again,
it is a waste.
it's a waste of my time. And I've done it because I have friends that died from getting killing themselves, lost their lives to cancer, you name it, that were there supporting me 20 years ago when we fought. They were standing next to me fighting. So I always said I would fight for them and their families, and that's what I'm doing.
Would a bigger hedge fund like Citadel or Virtue come in and rescue Kurt Kramer or Jeffrey Easton?
Not a prayer. If Jeff Easton was their cousin, they wouldn't cover. They wouldn't back him. If anybody was going to save these guys, they let the stock go higher. There's your signs. The stock cannot go higher because they have no money to back it up. It's very easy. If the stock gapped to $20, and you're going to say, oh my God, Citadel's going to come in, you have the choice. You can get out at that point. But they won't let it go past 7. You watched it. Everyone watched the attack. I didn't do it. They did it. Got to 7.20, and instead of selling stock at $7 or $8, they wanted to sell it at 4, as fast as they could. Hit every bid. Hit the bid. I had one gentleman bought, I think, 400,000 shares. And he said they were hitting them like it was nothing. 20,000, 30,000, just kept hitting every bid. If they thought they can win, they let the stocks go higher. They can't win. That's why they push it lower. So the people in AMC, unless they get everybody together and suck up every share and keep a tally and lock up everybody's shares, there's too many shares. It'll take you forever.
Yeah, and that's the difference here. You know who the shorts are. You don't with AMC.
We know how big it is. We know who they are. And we know their time is coming to an end.
That's right.
And in the GTI case, the feds are going to grab these guys shortly. That's my opinion on that. There's not even a question on that.
That's right. So you've run out of questions.
That's it?
Well, there are some.
Half a day, I'm good.
Yeah. The stock's 472. And
They can't. If you just look and videotaped 3 days ago the action, or 4 days ago when they were attacking every bit to knock it down, it's like a bullfight. They're getting tired. We're stabbing them in the neck with those things. What are they called, Bill? I don't even know what they are.
With
They stab them in the neck.
like they did to George Floyd.
No, stabbing him in the neck.
Oh, stabbing them. I thought you said stabbing. I don't know what those are.
Whatever, they stick him in the bull until they get tired. They have a bullfight. Where are they going? Back and forth with 100 shares all day. Where are they going? They're not pushing it down to 2. We're sitting here. There's people buying it. Where are they going? The company has value north of 5. What's the rush to sell it?
Well, that one analyst says as soon as it goes over the target at benchmark, of course, they flip their buy to a sell recommendation. What an idiot.
Now, if you read their report, they said they would reevaluate it to the upside.
What an idiot. It's unbelievable.
Again, listen, people, I'll say it again. I said it last night. These people are not my friends. Okay? The people that are posting are some wormy guys like Savvy, who need to pay people to sit here and bash their stocks so they go down. They're here to get in your head to make you forced to sell the stock. If you don't like what me or William or anybody else is saying, call the SEC, call the FBI, tell them about what you see as a fraud, and talk to them. They won't bite you. I don't care if you call them, knock yourself out. I actually welcome you, because we have plenty of proof to submit to any regulatory body that shows up.
Just don't give them my real name.
We put the truck in front of the SEC. We've been calling them out for 3 years. This is very different than an MMTLP or any of these other cases. Very different. This is a fight in the street. The companies have done nothing wrong. They did all their filings, and they're under attack.
Well, you know, people like Busy and Ana Trades and Junk Savvy and Syntax and even Drew Diligence. These guys have caused, and others have caused something like it's either 5 or 7 billion with a B impressions of this story getting to Congress, getting to journalists. It is totally different now because of the mass understanding of what's going on, and there'll be an aha moment, a tipping point.
Listen, I've told you before, MMTLP is going to change the game. And I'll do anything I can to help them. When I met John Stewart, we discussed MMTLP, and he actually said to me every time he talks about it, he says virtue, the market maker, NITE attacks him. I don't know why. He goes, I don't even know these people, but every time he talks about naked short selling, he gets attacked by those people.
He's a smart guy.
These things are coming to a head. The press, people, it's turned. Trust me, I've been doing this 23 years. This is very different. Before, the only voice we really had was Pat Byrne. We didn't have Twitter. We didn't have the social networking that you're seeing now. It's very different. And that's why at night when I'm watching a baseball game or some tennis match, whatever I'm watching, I could sit there with my iPad and study and find things to help educate people about what's going on here. And it's very easy for me to do. My mind, I know where the stories are. I know what relates to what's happening, and I can actually show you the different things that are going on. I think the addition from Mark Bazile he's fantastic. He's a guy that I would love to help and do nothing more than get him 50 clients and litter the street with this new bombshell that he can move easily through the system and attack all these debt guys, all these toxic lenders. Anyone on this phone that has a company that they invested that's doing toxic lending, you must reach out to Mark Bazile. You have to.
What's the name of his law firm? What's the name of his law firm? I think it's called OTC Lawyers on Twitter.
No, I forgot what it's called. I'm blank.
And
I'm sorry,
maybe it's
Mark.
his. Maybe it's his own name. Maybe it's eponymous, Bazile Law.
Yeah, I think it's Bazile Law Firm. I think it's that. I'm blank. I'm sorry, Mark. I just don't remember. But again, you need to reach out. Reach out to Busy Brands. He'll get you in touch with him. This guy he can save the small company that you're involved with. I'm trying to get CELU, to my friend who introduced me to these characters, to go after Yorkville. They destroyed the stock. They gave him $6 million. The stock has been nothing but straight down. I posted it 50 times a day. Stay away until you find out the name of the lender. They never put it up. Stock went straight down.
That is it. It's the Bazile Law Firm.
These are good people. These are serious people working on medical stuff, and they could care less. That's Yorkville. It's just criminal. They could care less. They destroy companies. They didn't do anything for this company. They just kept it alive for another couple of weeks until they need more money. That's all they're doing. It's a disgrace. But again, the Kramers are going down. We got confirmation. I met the guy who went to the FBI. I've been to the FBI. Mark said the Freedom of Information is pointing to a criminal investigation on the Kramers. It's all tied together. When it hits the tape, everyone's going to say, oh, my God, I should have bought that stock. You know what? When it hits the tape, it's going to be too late. And that's the way it goes.
Well, if you're a company in this position, one reason to reach out to Mark, he already understands it. There's no skepticism. There's no, oh, that can't be happening. Who would let that happen? He already knows it.
All the paperwork is done, signed, sealed. It has nothing to do with naked short selling. What you're doing is you're getting rid of the tick. The tick is the toxic loan. The toxic loan people take a beating when Mark gets a hold.
Most people want to talk about should they have their shares of MMTLP registered and go to American Stock Transfer. As I've tried to explain to everyone, there's only 165 million real shares. There's somewhere between 600 million and 2 billion fake shares in your accounts. There isn't enough room. But if they'll let you transfer, my recommendation is you should transfer. I don't think you're going to be able to. Ham, they're asking your opinion.
No, if you can, transfer it. Anything you can do to get it into your hands. Why would you leave it with the brokerage firms that lying to you? Your own brokerage firms are lying to you. We all know that.
But
So if you can, listen, that has to be an effort by that community. The community's got to get someone in charge. Whether John, Berta, or Wes Christian, someone needs to advise them the best way to force the issue. I'm not in a position to do
then
that.
Chris, go move your shares. If they have room for your shares, move your shares.
All right, there's no sense.
I can't move mine. So if you have room, do it. I don't know what. Let me be clear. If you have an opportunity to transfer your shares, I don't know what you're waiting for. But keep waiting. There's no magic on the legal side. You're never going to get trading back. They are not going to give you 2 days of trading to get a short squeeze. That ain't happening.
Pay you off. I believe they're going to pay everybody off.
Well, I do think you'll get paid off, but the surest way to get paid off is to own the real McCoy.
Listen, since it stopped trading, they stopped the music. They know how many people own the stock, and they know how big the short is. They know it already. And for them to reverse it and put out the Wells notice to the company and to John Berta, they're just trying to change the narrative. Let's see the negative stories that come out from where they come out this weekend. Obviously, they're reaching out to probably people that can help them and put out these stories. That's all it is.
Yeah. All right, 478.66.
All right, there's nothing to say. Anyway, listen, people, I'm going to go play pickleball. I'll go a little early, but have a great day. Everything's getting stronger. You make your own decisions when you invest. But again, you know what we're talking about. We're not here. I know I'm not here. William's not here, and many other people were not here to make a stock go from $5 to $7. That's a non-event.
Chris, transfer $100. Why not do it? I think you're going to find they can't do it.
Anyway, listen, you know what it is. Slow and steady accumulation always wins the race here. We all want to come in and see it open up 20 points higher. You never know when that's going to happen. You have to be in it to win it. I don't know, all the cliches you can say. But, again, we document everything about these stocks. Not a little bit, everything. And we do it every day. And we've done it for a long time. So I'm not saying we're going to win. Okay, the stock is giving you chances to trade it if you wanted to. That's your business. But again, you can see the short. Knows that puts it up every day at 5:30. We have people reading court documents, or Big RJ or Big JR, whatever way that is. We have many people helping out. We have the MMTLP community. Those people are standing on the front line being shot at, and they're fighting back for their money. All right, so you got to stand with them, support them. When they put stuff on Twitter, retweet it. Avid Trader does a great video. Give him a view. Give him a shot. The guys, people working hard to educate you on this stuff, right? Do your part. They're gonna steal your money. They're gonna steal your kids' money and your grandkids. So you better wake up. They're not stealing my kids and my grandkids' money. I can tell you that. I'm smart enough and I know what I'm doing now. They're not doing it. They stole my money before, but it's not happening again. And I'm trying to teach you, and William's teaching you. We're all barking the same thing, and you can all see the crime right in front of you. Lynn Partners on Madison Avenue, those 4 people, they were a disgrace. They all belong in jail. The Kramers in Long Island, everybody knows they belong in jail. Their own neighbors know they belong in jail. Everybody out there knows they belong in jail. But you know what? Their day is coming, and you know what? Gretchen Morganson, I wrote him a nice thing this morning. And I told her maybe your day's coming. She told me 3 years ago that she spoke with the federal authorities based on that loan sharking thing, and they said they wanted them in jail. 3 years ago, she told me that. That's what Gretchen Morgan.
She also thought you were pretty smart.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, she said. I told her I was a dummy. When she said I was no dummy, she put it in writing. I said,
Yeah, she put it in writing. She has such confidence in you.
Pulitzer Prize telling me I'm not a dummy. Thank you very much. I took that to the bank. They didn't give me anything with it.
She said you're no dummy.
Anyway, listen, everyone. Have a great night. And you know what it's about. Any questions, we're always around. And we'll come up with some ideas and some news stories. At the end of the day, if you like, you can do it yourself. You go to sec.gov and click on the button enforcement, and you can see today's criminal blotter, as you call it, whatever you want to call it. I'll hit it up now and see if anyone joined. What's today's day, William?
26?
26. Today is the 26th. Mr. Joseph Lewis, what did he do today? Joseph Lewis with Insider Trading. What did he do in the Bahamas? Oh, he's tipping off material non-public information. So these guys made $700,000 worth of common stock. Bought more than 700. Wow. Share increased 34%. He made $172,000 on Insider Trading. That's what they got him on. So again, every day you can check yourself. I check the blotter every day. It's just getting in the habit. Thank God Dozer, that LSU stiff, he puts up that information every day for us. Thank you very much. I can't wait to beat your ass in September. But again, there's great people around here. Everyone does their part. We can't remember every part of it. I try to get people to try to add in a little bit, bring everybody to bring part of the game. Again, we're not attorneys. I was a trader. William was we're Pinky in the brain. William's the brain. And we just try to go through this stuff and talk it out. That's it. There's nothing I can say. The manipulation, the stock was going today, 529. Remember that number? Got there again. They push it back down. What's the big deal? Obviously, there's a big problem when it gets above that number. But why would anybody chase it up? If I had millions to buy, I sit here and wait for it. It's like catching a punt. Sit there and wait for it. It's going to come down. These guys want to sell it cheaper? Man, they keep coming down. You can see the volume, how it slows, and the trading has come to a halt. It's coming to a grind. When it comes to this level, when it starts, the selling stops, that's when it turns and it goes. It happens in every name. That's a key thing to look for. The trading of finger motion today, a little spike up, there's no selling. It's 471, 475, nothing going on. All that panic, hurry up and sell, is stopping. Now they offered 100 shares at 474. If you were short a bazillion shares of stock, wouldn't you offer 100 shares lower? Why not? What's another 100 shares going to do? That's what they're doing. That's the equivalent what they're doing. Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great night. I'm going to go play ball, and we'll speak tomorrow.
Thanks, Sam.
You got it.
All right. So everybody wants to talk about the S1, S4 on MMTLP. It just came out, so I haven't had a chance to read it, but we can do it. And they also, somebody asked about olive oil. It gives energy. You should know there's the theory of the Roman Empire. It started with a small group of warriors on what became Italy. But one of the huge advantages they had was olives, and they would put olives in their carry-on. They carry on their back, and the olives gave energy and strength to the warriors. That's just a little side thing that you reminded me of. I do call your attention to what not legal advice brought up twice. If you make decisions about what you're going to do with MMTLP, maybe check with an advisor that you trust, because I can't give specific advice. You need to talk to somebody you can hold accountable. But in my opinion, To get a quick settlement in MMTLP, you need a regulator who has the courage to stick her head up and take action. I don't see it happening. You need people that are losing money, like the criminals or the prime broker, to stand up and say, you know what? Let's settle this before we get in deeper. I don't see that happening. Or you need the lawyers just to change their complete training and say, let's not stretch this out. Let's leap to conclusions without getting everything into evidence. Let's not go down the laborious road of first accusing the victim, then accusing other players of fraud, then saying that because it was fraud, there should be no trade, then saying let's just get the money sent back, then saying it should only be the Torchlight people originally, then saying it should only be $3, then saying how about $12? You're going to go through all of those. If you think that's going to happen quickly, you're a more optimistic person than I am. I thought Wes Christian was working on a settlement for MMTLP. No, guys, I don't know what planet everybody's on. We've got to, I'm not, it's a little hot in here. I don't know. I think, I don't understand this technology, but maybe that's why I'm reacting. But I'm also reacting out of frustration because people aren't using their what happens is you don't want to believe the truth. I'm in the stock MMTLP, and you know what? It's a lot of money for me. And could I have done a lot better with that money elsewhere? Yes. Am I upset about it? Yes. But I have to face the fact that's in front of us. I heard that there could be 2.6 billion shares with a B. I hear someone just here said it's 600,000. I don't know what the number is. If Gary Gensler had fully transparent markets like he claims, we'd know. But we don't know. There's an effort to get the blue sheets. Blue sheets are time and sales. The problem with the blue sheets is it will indicate there's 105 broker dealers out there. If they just release the blue sheets, as everyone is clamoring for, it will identify the 6 or 7 broker dealers who will go extinct. And as soon as sharks out there realize that, let's say, Citadel is exposed to a $1 trillion problem, they'll start shorting Citadel. So they don't want that. So that's one aspect of it. The second thing is, in other words, that aspect is you're not going to get that information the way you're asking for it. Could you get a macro level, that which I've pushed for, and now others, and I'm not taking credit, I'm just saying it's something that I brought out months ago. Instead of asking for specific blue sheets so Merrill Lynch has to put a gun to its head, just say, give us the global number. Give us the total number. Then FINRA doesn't want to do that because someone's going to get fired. But I don't know the obsession with the blue sheets either. We already know what happened. And that's where I'm different than an attorney, which is why attorneys are successful. I don't need to see the evidence in black and white or blue and black. I know what happened. You know what happened. You know it. And the fact is, there are 165 million shares extant of NextBridge. They've now expanded it a little bit, but those are already allocated. So where does the $2 billion or the $600 million go? Where does it go? You don't own shares. I don't own shares. I own an IOU that has fraudulently been conveyed to me in my account by broker dealers who have the obligation to deliver real shares. Prime brokers and criminals. The criminals definitely committed securities fraud. The prime brokers may be complicit. The broker dealers, by their inaction and should have known logic, are probably complicit. But the first time they're going to say, oh, we didn't know this was going on. We're shocked that there's gambling in the back room. They'll get away with it. The first time anyway. So I don't know what planet everybody's living on. There aren't enough shares. So what's going on? Nobody owes you those shares except the broker dealers. Where are the broker dealers going to get those shares from? They don't exist. So the choice collectively that everyone has taken is let's go the legal route. And that, in my judgment, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes 8 years. Tobacco took more than that. Big tobacco, big asbestos. I think it'll go on and on and on and on and on for years if it goes the legal route. I love what, and maybe we can see if we can read that, what the S4 said in NextBridge. I got to put my glasses on. I love what they're doing. That can catch them out. Catching them out directly in the market is how to do it. What I see is NextBridge shares of common stock issuable upon exercise of subscription rights. I've got to find a summary paragraph that I can read to you. I love that they're doing this. McCabe, the chairman of the board at MBH, beneficially owns 28% of the common stock. Do you think he's going to leave you in the dust? I don't. And me, by the way, and me. This is something that the brokerage firms cannot deliver. This might cause them to try to come to an agreement. But I think Wes is there to find out fraud. And who's taking charge of this so-called settlement? Who's Wes going to settle with? Right now, we're collectively decided we're going to appeal to many different judges. Which judge is going to have the courage to stick her head up? No, to get a settlement, you need Gary Gensler, the boob. He's not going to do anything. You need Robert Cook, the lard ass. He's not going to do anything. You need maybe the over-the-counter markets guys, but they're all just smiling faces. You need someone in Congress like Anna Paulina Luna or a Matt Getz or a you just need somebody that's willing to go against being popular and fight for it. But I don't really see it happening. Both parties are involved in this cover-up. It's only the new, a subset of the new Republicans that want to fight anything. Otherwise, government's there. It's owned by Goldman Sachs. It's owned by Goldman Sachs. So the summary, the company, we were incorporated, this is NextBridge, we were incorporated in Nevada on August 31, 2021 as Oil Co. Holdings and changed our name to NextBridge Hydrocarbons pursuant to our amended and restated articles of incorporation filed on June 30, 2022. We are an energy corporation company engaged in the acquisition, exploration, exploitation, and or development of oil and natural gas properties in the United States. Our primary focus has been the development of interests in an oil and gas project we hold in the Oro Grande Basin in West Texas, in Hudspeth County, Texas. In addition, we have minor interest in the eastern edge of the Midland Basin in Texas, the Hazel Project, and 2 minor well interests in Oklahoma. We recently spun off from Meta Materials, pursuant to which we became an independent company. Prior to the spinoff, we were a wholly owned subsidiary of Meta. We operate our business through wholly owned subsidiaries, Torchlight Energy, Inc., a Nevada corporation, Hudspeth Oil Corporation, a Texas corporation, Torchlight Hazel LLC, a Texas limited liability company, Hudspeth Operating LLC, a Texas limited liability company. In addition, we may consider strategic options, including partnering with or the possible sale of any or all of our assets to third parties. We currently have 5 full-time employees, and we employ consultants for various roles as needed. As of December 31, 2022, we had interest in 3 oil and gas projects: the Oro Grande Project, the Hazel Project, and the Hutton Wells in central Oklahoma. NewCo will be formed in the future as a subsidiary of NextBridge Holdings. NewCo will receive up to a 10% back-in working interest, so it'll be a back-in. I assume that protects you from having to put up money, but we'll find out. A back-in working interest option for the Oro Grande project, exercisable following the point in time at which the proceeds of all production from all operations conducted on the Oro Grande project, exclusive of royalty, overriding royalty, and taxes chargeable to the working interest, equals the actual cost. So yeah, they're making sure it's after the revenues equal or somewhat above the cost expended, so you don't have to, that's how I read it, so you don't have to put up anything. An option originally granted to Mr. McCabe pursuant to the certain participation agreement dated September 23, 2014 by and among Mr. McCabe, Hudspeth, and McCabe Petroleum Corporation. This is the Bronco assets. Pursuant to the terms of that agreement, Mr. McCabe will contribute an amount of the back-end interest, and MPC, which is McCabe Petroleum Corporation, will contribute an amount of the Bronco prospect in proportion to the percentage of shares common stock of NextBridge Holdings that are directly registered in the name of the beneficiary owner on the books and records maintained by NextBridge's transfer agent on or prior to the transfer date. The Bronco prospect is a high-impact onshore South Louisiana drilling prospect located in Vermilion Parish. My knowledge of those prospects, and we'll find out if it's deep, this could be huge or nothing. It is deep. The primary pay targets of the Bronco prospect are the Alliance Sands at approximate depth of 14,500. The size of the exploration target is over 900 acres with 3 locations. The potential reserve is 100 billion cubic feet and 4 million barrels of condensate. That's basically oil and oil liquids. While expansive capital would be required to reach the following levels, Mr. McCabe has received information from a third-party geologist that the recent value discounted on an annual rate of 10% is 242 billion cubic feet natural gas and 12 million barrels of oil. They've already done 3D, and they have a closure. It says downthrown fault closure, so it's a fault instead of salt dome. It's a fault, which is good, I think. The Bronco prospect is directly upthrown to existing production, so it's upthrown. That should be good for you and me. From the Alliance Sands, it may be juxtaposed and have a similar gas-water contact as the existing production at this. They call it closeology if you want to vomit. At closeology instead of geology. Potential secondary targets on the Bronco prospect are the Molave Sands, which are productive in the area. So it's an eighth back in, and he's offering up to 10%. So he'll keep, my quick read, he'll keep 2.5% minimum. We are an emerging growth company. Securities being offered. NextBridge is distributing at no charge to eligible shareholders of NextBridge common stock as of the close of business soon. It hasn't been approved. Which date the company may extend. Non-transferable subscription rights to acquire shares of NewCo common stock. This is going to be hell coming to breakfast for the naked shorts and the broker-dealers. The right to acquire shares of NewCo common stock. Well, it's a lot of reading, and I can just tell you, you can go to Edgar to read it. But what I think this shows is that McCabe is totally on your side, and he's calling out the system. And it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. NewCo isn't the name. That's just a placeholder lawyers use. You're ready to be paid. Well, Yeah, it's 164,378,400 or something like that. Chat GBT said 3.4 billion. Well, I've just got to learn not to overreact. There are extant 164,740,300 shares or thereabouts in NextBridge. Anything above that is an IOU. And that's just how it goes. I think I got a message here about a space call. Let's see who's on it. It might be from earlier today.
Correct, which is unacceptable. So this is the next move down the road to force a resolution. And it is not just to give me, if I were to transfer to AST, 10% more working interest. It is to force legal action against the brokers, to force a resolution. So they don't have the right now to look into Fidelity or TD and see, well, okay, you only have 20 million allocated, but you sold 80 million. But what they do have the right to do is to have AST say, hey, TD's allotment is gone. They're all out. All the TD shares are in our books now. And then they can make another press release. Say, the TD allotment is full, and then every holder at TD at that point has grounds for a lawsuit. And as John Berta has stated, Flamethrower, we can all join in their lawsuit. So that's the way to get through broker arbitration and to force some type of resolution in whatever form it takes. This is their best attempt to force the ball farther down the field. Overall, I'm pretty psyched about this. If you were 50-50 on transferring, you essentially have a 10% increase in whatever you think the value of your NextBridge shares are now. If you choose to do that, if you don't want to transfer, then you aren't losing anything whatsoever as far as the value of your shares. But this is them essentially telling the regulars that we are sick of this and we are moving forward, and we are so pissed off about it that the largest stakeholder in the company is willing to sacrifice a lot of personal income to ensure that our shareholders are made whole. That's my take.
Well, and also, Ruggaroo, it could also be putting pressure on the brokerages. They are beholden to FINRA, but what is FINRA going to do when they start looking out for themselves? So I think it's also, again, putting pressure on the brokerages as well. Because once they hit their limit, like you said, they're exposed.
Yeah, and again, I think it was Status Pay who pointed out that on page 6, if people are worried about timelines and being dragged out, that you are considered in their books the day you ask for a transfer. So if I have E-Trade, if I call E-Trade and say I want to transfer today on the 26th of July, and they say, okay, cool, and the record date is the 27th, then I'm good. I print out the confirmation, I record that interaction. There you go, right there. So if E-Trade drags their feet and they don't send me over until the 29th, tough luck. So.
Thank you, Professor Ruggaroo. And yeah, I'm getting DMs.
I don't know who's speaking.
They're on the phone right now with Fidelity and TD, and
this is Busy
they're already
Brains.
making moves to transfer the shares. So I'm going to get a couple of them up here pretty soon once they're off the phone to give us the news of how that process went. Professor Ruggaroo, stay up here on the speaker stage for a second. Go ahead, continue with the lineup.
All right. Thank you, Ruggaroo. Deborah, you have the mic, and then we'll go to Swing.
Okay, great news that I have the mic. Just as I was ready to give the lizards water, you might wonder what that means. It's like it hasn't rained in a few days, so the lizard go to this little bird bath and get water, and I noticed it was dry after the lizard showed up in front of my feet to tell me. So anyway, I love nature. Okay, I wrote some things down. Hold on. I have to go back up on the porch. All right. Okay, I remember one thing for sure before I get into my list, is I have been, through experience, I will never make an impulsive decision such as transferring my shares over to AST without setting back for at least 24, I choose 48 hours of investigation. I won't do that anymore. I've already been fooled by that. Okay, I love this chess game more than any other game I've ever played. This has been the journey of a lifetime, and it makes it a journey of a lifetime because I have every
I
one
don't
of you
think
do
I
the
have the
due
patience to
diligence
listen
prove
to
that
this.
type of governing will no longer exist because of, well, I believe because of us, MMTLP. And
I don't have time to.
John Berta, George Bell Harris.
I can't listen to that. I there's such a misconception out there. I agree with what Steve Mertz is saying, that the way to get this is to transfer your shares, but you don't have shares. So I don't think it forces a resolution at all. But this is great. It puts pressure on the system, but they have lawyers. I don't know. I guess I'm just speaking in the wind. But when different parties are represented by lawyers, lawyers don't settle without releases. So if a Fidelity is going to say, you know what, we're going to give you cash, they're going to ask you to sign a release. And then Fidelity's lawyer is going to say, wait a minute, you can't settle with Steve Mertz without settling with the whole class. Because if you settle with Steve Mertz, what do you solve? You got one guy, but clever lawyers are going to take your settlement and then they're going to use it as a basis to start a class action suit, and then you're going to still be liable. So I just do not see a settlement coming quickly. Unless, well, they started a run on the bank, but that's been going on. Look, guys, I've tried to get my shares. They won't give them to me. Somebody came on here and said he can get them through Fidelity. I don't know what he's waiting for. I don't know. Sometimes we get emotional and we stop thinking. If your brokerage firm is saying you had an option when you bought one share of MMTLP to go into one share of NextBridge, or technically you should have had those 2 days of trading, but those are lost and gone from forever. Oh, Susanna, they're gone. And now they're saying, we'll give you that? Why don't you take it? What's your rationale? to not take it. Most of us do not have that opportunity. Most of us have shares that are just IOUs. And then it's a matter of the brokerage firms paying cash to satisfy us. And I don't see them volunteering that. All right, AST has to be full. Guys. Oh, well. Oh, well. I don't know what to tell you. She's still talking. You can't transfer. I give up. There isn't anything to transfer. There just isn't anything to transfer. There's 105 broker dealers. There's 165 million shares. If you just assume every broker dealer is exposed equally, that means every broker dealer has 1,571,000 shares at the DTCC. You know it's not evenly distributed. But let's just say it is. If there is, somebody said 3.5 billion, someone said 6, let's just use 2 billion. That means every broker dealer, I'm just using straight across the board, every broker dealer has 19 million shares sitting in their customer accounts. These shares don't exist. The DTC only has 1.6 million for each broker dealer. That's all that can be sent to the transfer agent. Tomorrow, everyone's going to be calling into their broker saying, move my shares, move my shares. Don't you know who I am? And it's not happening. The lucky people that are already moved over, they'll get it. Now, the thing is, the broker dealers are going to owe it to you. It'll be part of the cost. I think it's brilliant. It's a brilliant strategy. MMTLP are worth just north of 0.
Please drop down below the cycle mics. And I want to give the time to JR to take a mic because I know that he's a busy attorney.
I'm going to make a quick comment.
Here's JR.
My mic back. Those of you that are calling your brokers now and requesting transfer or plan to do that, I strongly advise you to send them an email and make sure that you receive a confirmation that they received that email, because of what the S1 is indicating, that you'll be considered to have transferred on the day of your request, given the amount of time that it's taking these brokers to transfer. So I'm gonna repeat something I said on Richard's YouTube on Sunday. Document. Always remember the
XX,
three
I'd love
Ds.
to see
Make
that
sure you're
data.
emailing, and make sure you're confirming
Market
receipt of such
moves.
email. I'm giving my mic up, busy.
Thank you, JR. Go ahead, continue on with the list.
So real quick, before we go on to swing, I noticed that there are two speakers up here who grabbed the mic but did not put their hand up. Jeep Junk and Citizen, we have a lot of requests, so if you don't plan to speak, please drop down now. There are some individuals who would like to come up and take your spot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't have the hand up. This is Citizen. I don't know if I can have the floor now, or do you want me to go after?
Go ahead and put your hand up, and then we'll get to you in the line. Right now, it's Swing,
Okay.
then Scotty, then Gary D, then Tom, then we can go to you after that, Citizen, if you have your hand up, and then Winston, and then Jeep Junk.
I don't know if I have the
let's bring this a
patience
little
for
bit
this.
further. It's not only McCabe giving up 10% of NextBridge in the working interest, but he's also giving up 10% of his MCB holdings, which is McCabe Petroleum Corporation. So that's a pretty big deal for Hernandez to be trying to get a resolution for the shareholders, as far as I'm concerned. That's really all I had to say. Everything else that we've had this conversation today has been absolutely awesome. I'm going to switch back to listening so you guys have some mics.
Thank you, Swing. Go ahead, Scotty.
All right, thanks for the mic. I know, Junk, you're writing down some of the questions. Here's one you might want to write down, or at least I have. So after everything, and what happens after all this, and like, let's say the shorts need to close and you didn't transfer to AST and you choose not to sell. Maybe that'd be a question to write down. Like, what if you're just one of the last holders of a few shares? You're like, I want to feel like transferring almost all my shares, but I know a few people might not sell or whatever when it comes down to that. So kind of a question. And then I heard Smokey say that he had certificates in hand. I talked to AST the other day, and they had talked to me and told me about the actual certificates. If people are requesting actual certificates, which is a physical piece, it's kind of an old, antiquated way of doing things. They said if you do hold them and you lose them, it's a very expensive thing to replace. So keeping them at AST in book entry is your best option. So I just wanted to point that out to everybody, and that's pretty much it. So thanks for the mic.
Hey, Katie. I can actually answer that question. And this may be a special circumstance, but when there have been kind of some leftover straggling, unresolved transactions, typically those get wrapped up in a lawsuit.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Damn it. All right. Shit, I'm eating. Sorry, guys. I want to give the mic to Dr. Ed. He's a doctor. He has patients waiting. He wants to share something with you guys. I'm going to let him jump the line. Go ahead, Dr. E.
I'll make this quick. So 3 weeks ago, I sent the remaining shares of mine. This is not financial advice. Do what you want. I sent the remaining shares of mine from TD over to AST. I called 3 weeks ago. They said it would take 4 to 6 weeks. I called up the automated number. Those shares hit. So they got there early. So it got there less than 3 weeks. I have some remaining shares with Fidelity. The last time I did a transfer at Fidelity was back in February. So I tried again now. Whatever, 5 months later. So they put me on hold for like 20 minutes, which was, last time it was like 5 minutes. Guy gets back and says, okay, for $100, we'll send you the certificate. I said, whoa. Last time you sent them over electronically, and there was no charge. I want to do the exact same thing. He said, that's no longer available. I said, since when? He goes, that's our policy now. He said, so for $100, we'll send it to you in the mail. I said, well, no, thank you. That's basically worthless to me. I need them in book entry at AST. He goes, well, that's our new policy. It's not available anymore. I said, okay. Is this a recorded line, sir? He goes, yes. Okay, great. I have you on a recording. Thank you. Have a great day. So, I don't know. So that's different with Fidelity. Just now.
Speaking of Fidelity, there is one individual who is trying to get a mic right now who just got off the phone with his broker. I'm going to try to get him up here. His name is Kenneth Rosen. But we got to get to these hands before he can come up.
Doc, really quick though, I wanted to say to everyone, we are probably going to experience a lot of this kind of chicanery. We need to, from our brokers, as JR said,
it's not
we need
chicanery.
To make sure that we are documenting.
It's not chicanery.
Document it.
They don't have the shares.
Screenshots. Emails,
let's not be obtuse. They don't have any shares.
All of this kind of stuff. If you are going to take screenshots, make sure that you're getting the logo of
Keep
your
a record. She's right about that. She's 100% right.
I would fully expect. I think that they are wetting their pants right now. So I would fully expect that we will experience
They
more
might be
of this.
crapping their
Thing I
pants.
told him, do not send me your certificate and go ahead and cancel that order. He goes, no problem, sir. So what I will do, and I'll probably do it tomorrow, this happened to me before. It happened to me back
Deacon
in January.
Blues, it doesn't matter if AST is not full.
And then the next was like one.
I mean, yes, it
I have
does.
all the dates. Like one,
But
it was like
what
January
matters
2nd,
is
and I called
if
back January
your
8th,
brokerage
when I was written
firm
down.
has
When I called back
fully
January 8th,
allocated
I started the
their
conversation, saying,
allocation.
hey, you're on a recorded
You
line.
see what I mean?
And then they let me.
In other words,
So
if
this time I
you're
didn't say I was
sitting
on a
at
recorded
Merrill
line. I
Lynch
let him
with
divulge
X
what he
amount
had
of,
to and said, "Is this recorded
Merrill
line?" He
has
goes,
10
"Yes."
million
Okay, great.
shares
I got you on
in
record.
your account, but Merrill
when I
only
do
has
call back
1
tomorrow, I'm
million
gonna make it
shares
very
they can
clear.
deliver.
You're on a recorded
It doesn't
line.
matter that 9
They may
million
change their
shares
story.
down
That
at
happened to me
E-Trade
before
are
January.
available.
Sorry
It's
to
a
jump
different
in,
firm.
but it's on Fidelity and the same. I'm at work, so I don't have
I
time
don't know.
to sit on the phone with them. So I opened
My
up the
voice
chat
is raised because I'm
and they
talking
wanted to
over
play
them.
the
I'm
Zoom
not
call.
upset.
And I asked them, what's going on with my shares? Are they here? And I said, they said, yep, you have real shares on your account, blah, blah, blah. Definitely your shares. I said, are they registered at the transfer agent in my name? And they said, you will have to direct register the shares at the transfer agent you will have to direct register the shares.
Yeah,
to the
you'll
transfer
get
agent.
if you
However,
are
they not
successful at
eligible for
registering them,
DRS
you'll
just
have an
yet.
account at
I said,
AST.
why aren't they available for DRS? They said the company is still going through the process of
D.
registering the
Bree,
shares.
I
And
think you
asked them
can
which
transfer
company
if your
and the
brokerage
process of
firm
registering which
has
shares with whom.
a
Please be specific so I can
methodology for
understand who I need to
retirement
talk to.
accounts.
And I was getting a response back every
But I don't think you can do it as
20, 30
in a
seconds.
self-directed
And then
way.
he
It
went
has to be
for a
done
good
via
15
your
minutes
brokerage firm.
and just came back and said, because we will need to read the offer details in full, you will need to give us a call
Exactly,
at
Woody.
1-800-343-3548. And I said, can't you just copy and paste
I
it
don't know
here?
how much more
And
tolerance
they said,
I have for this
cannot,
call.
unfortunately. So get ready for fun with our brokers. Fidelity
We know they
being
don't
the
have
one
the
that
shares,
I'm gonna have
William.
to
Why
deal
do
with
you
the most.
keep
Not
emphasizing
looking
that?
forward to it, but
Let
push them on
people
the
call and
facts.
put on the pressure.
Remember your training. Remember
I agree with that
knowledge that you have
multifacial.
learned in the
Everyone
last
should
7
do it.
months of these space
I'm-
calls, of
I'm-
these discussions, of
Okay.
these sessions
I
that
won't
we've
keep
had
bringing
breaking
it up.
things down,
I won't keep
because
bringing
we
it
are
up.
going to get pushed back right now, and they are in a corner, been in a corner, and now they just got pushed even deeper into that corner.
What is going on with GTII?
Sorry, that was what
I
I was
don't
coming
know.
up to grab a mic and say.
Can I
Hey, can I
expand on
jump
that
in quick?
before we move on? I received a DM. Somebody has received paper certificates from Schwab. They called AST. Even if you have paper certificates, those are registered at AST. This person has an account at AST.
Yeah,
and
paper
they
certificates
holding
are in
their
your
paper
name.
Certificates in their hands.
They're in your
So,
name.
Maybe holding paper certificates is not a bad thing. 'Cause
It's
what
not
they do
bad.
Is they send a bulk certificate to AST. AST builds the share certificate, extracts it out of.
I guess I just need to
sends them back the bulk, and you get those
shut up.
certificates. They are
I'll
stamped,
let
they
these
are
people
certified, they've
handle
got
it.
wet signatures.
I just got to stop
And
making comments.
AST does set you up accounts. So you, at least with this person, with Schwab, they do not have to send in those paper certificates in order to be registered at AST.
That's true.
Go
It's
ahead,
in your
Professor
name.
Ruggero, I know you wanted to chime in. Go ahead, real quick.
It's in your name.
I just want to say for from your brokers, which I'm sure you will, I have for months now, feel free to initiate a three-way call with AST. If they're trying
That's
to
a
say,
good idea.
we can't send them. Okay, great. And get both parties on the phone, because AST knows exactly. They are well aware of how to transfer these shares, and then you can have a recording, especially even if you're in a two-party consent state. Or a two-party consent state. You can say to the AST individual, like, I want to record this call. And if there's three parties involved and you have two of their consents, that satisfies the two-party consent law. If your broker is trying to say you can't record a conversation with them, and the AST will jump right through all those hurdles.
That's good advice.
No, you don't have to do this. This is how you do it. This is the form. This is how we will accept the shares, and cut all of that crap right out. That's how I've heard a lot of people have gotten through transferring their shares with this broker's dragging their feet. So don't be afraid to try to use that angle and say, okay, well, I got AST on the line here. Let me just patch all three of us in, and we can work through this if they're trying to drag their feet.
Professor Rugger, I believe that Alan did that a few months ago. The exact same thing that you're talking about. He got all three of them on the phone, or all two of them and himself on the phone.
I would assume, Peter, GTII below 86 cents.
Go back to work, and then if you were done, you're good to go?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Dr. E. Winston, were you done?
I would imagine what's going on with GTII is that there are
All right, buddy, thank you. If you were done, I'm going to drop you down because I got
financial institutions, LLCs, counterfeiting shares. They're probably crossing shares they don't own. They're probably communicating with each other, and they're walking the stock down. And
wow, what an exciting day so far.
That's probably what's going on with
I'm very interested to see
GTII.
what happens when they finally fill up AST. I think they're trying to play chess, so they just moved a piece, and we need to see how are these brokers? How is everyone going to handle this when it's full? That's my next question. I'm just throwing the question out there of what do we think will happen? I think it'll be within 2 weeks. AST will be full, and then we move to the next part of the journey.
Makes sense to me.
Shoot, it might take longer than 2 weeks. I mean, you might still have individuals
Makes
who try
sense
and
to me.
fight to keep their shares in book entry, but I mean, we'll see. It's a good question to ask, and it'll be interesting to see what does happen within the next 2 weeks. So, I'm not gonna hold my breath though. We'll see.
Who was the last speaker? Was that Tom?
Yeah, that was Tom.
Okay, Tom. Sir, were you done?
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Gonna wait to see what the next step is here. It's very interesting. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Continue on, Q-Tainment.
All right, Gary D, you're up next.
Hey guys, so I'll make this real quick. I just wanted to recommend, if you haven't seen Richard Hoffman's video, I think it's not his latest video, I think it's from just a couple days ago, where it was around Sorrento. So when people ask, what do you think is going to happen, I think it's going to be a very similar situation. Right? I think this puts a judge in a situation in which they have to ask for the share count. And in the same way that the bankruptcy forced the judge to have to, on behalf of the creditors, to have to ask for the
David,
share count to understand how many naked shorts
if you
were
don't
there.
move them, are you
It
risk
puts
of
the judge
losing
right,
out?
they have to do
Yes.
that. And I
But
feel like this does
you're not
that.
going to be able
So
to move in all
question it,
likelihood, which doesn't mean you shouldn't
If
try.
I were the other side of this, I wouldn't even want to let it
The-
get that far.
This doesn't mean you lose any
It
rights.
just opens the door for every company to
Um,
go through the same process. So I don't want to close it.
There is a lawsuit.
If you have not seen that video and you're wondering,
Flame Bomber is filing legal movements. There's Rose's lawsuit. There's Richard's lawsuit. There's at least one or two others. This is going to go through the legal process.
Thank you, Gary.
And it's where we are anyway, I think. We're here anyway.
Go ahead, Jeep Junk.
So
Jeep Junk, you have the mic.
I think what I'm going to do, even though I hate doing
Jeep,
it,
are you there?
it's so frustrating,
You gotta unmute yourself.
is just write down
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
a summary of what I've done with my
Damon or
broker,
Jennifer.
send it to him, and then
I
it's
just
a
had
matter
one
of
quick question
record.
before I jump off. I was wondering how much does FINRA going to be involved in this approval of this S1, or is this just the SEC?
I don't think FINRA will have anything to do with it.
It's the SEC.
Savvy, go ahead, answer that one.
Yeah, no, FINRA is the one that gives instructions to brokers. They don't actually, from my understanding with corporate actions, they do not participate in a quote unquote approval process. SEC participates in a review process.
I think it's okay if you do it verbally.
Gene, does that answer your question, sir?
It's probably okay if you just write it down in a
I guess I'm
notebook.
just going to have to leave and come back. I can't hear anybody talking.
But,
I think I'm just glitched off right now.
you know, I think the safest would be to send a registered letter.
Junk savvy. But Jeep.
However, let's not get too
I
dramatic.
think Busy might be the only person that
I believe
Hey,
that
Jeep, can you? Oh, he dropped down.
what's ahead of us
We'll get him back
is
up
a
here.
major phalanx of lawyers on all sides. This is going to be the next
Edward, can you hear?
tobacco case. There'll be movies about this.
So just
And
couple things that I wanted to,
I don't
bring to people's
think they're
attention.
going to leave anybody out on
Speaking
technicalities.
from experience here, kind of what happened with my personal broker, as well as several others within the same broker. Full disclosure, one of my brokers is RBC, but on the Canadian side. So, as they kind of started out from the beginning of the trip, you were saying that we couldn't necessarily transfer our shares. It was not, DRS eligible. And then they essentially told us, we're going to have to send you the shares paper certificate, and it will cost you about $500. Now, we were all pretty shocked about the $500. We started questioning.
What time
it, and we
frame?
kind of
I
told them,
think.
like, you know what? Show me the policy where in the
I
terms
think,
of agreement that says it's $500 for the fees.
Well, when I first asked, they required for me,
radio silence
what
for
I
a couple of
remember
weeks.
was
And it wasn't just like 3 weeks. It was
$750, and then they reduced
finally
it.
got back to us and they told us, you know what? Actually, it's not $500. It's going to be, I believe, $110. And then they tried to cite, this part or that part of the terms and agreement.
The time frame I see
that's not it.
is
That's not the
that
shares that we
years. I see years.
It's placed in a different
As long as it's done through the
upon
legal
escalation,
channels.
time
If
after time,
regulators
now
get
they're back to
involved,
a narrative saying, well, you know what? It's actually $50 now, and it's going, and they are DRS eligible.
if it's regulators,
All this just to tell you guys, brokers are definitely 100% going to lie to you. They're not going to be truthful. And, if you guys want to send your shares to ARSD, or if not, but if you just want to inquire, whatever it is, just don't take what they say as, Bible, as 100% truth. That's not how it works with them. Push, investigate, look up their policies, look up, the terms that you signed. If you have questions about, arbitration, you have questions about whatever it is. Everything is black and white on paper with them when you open up your account. And you have all the rights to basically find out and get your answers. You don't like what you're hearing? Escalate the situation.
I guess I'm reacting to some of this because it's so obvious. But what the strength of this is that it's
confirm that my shares are
the record's
legitimate,
there, and no judge
they're
can
not able
hide
to
it,
say
no
it.
lawyer
It's
can
not even
hide
a
it. So
simple
it's
yes.
all very
They're
good.
kind of like jumping around about the process, how they can validate or authenticate the shares. They're not able to simply say, that my shares are legitimate. And pay attention.
None of
to
our
the
shares
way
are
that the
legitimate.
broker or the people that you're in contact with respond to you, because they play with semantics. Okay, they're very careful and meticulous.
They don't all
with the way
know.
that they answer you.
They don't
so
all
that
know.
They have a way out. when, let's say, it's not necessarily the answer. It might look like they're giving you the answer that you want, but when you look at the semantics and look at how they phrased up the sentence, they kind of leave some leeway for them to get out and not be liable.
Well, that's probably true. That's probably true. They don't want to be liable.
Sorry, I've heard I'm getting DMs with screenshots, and I get kind of late to get back on the mic.
Yeah, all good. But that was just my 2 cents based on, my couple of months of fighting now. And it's not just me. We're a group of people. So anybody who's with RBC on the Canadian side, hit me up. Let me know. I have a personal group with others on a different platform, and we're kind of all sharing our experiences all together, getting our responses shared, so we know like this person is blatantly lying to our faces. So just my 2 cents. If you guys kind of want to organize yourselves within brokers to brokers, compile all your answers, I think that's going to go a long way. You guys are going to get organized. You'll be able to tell, this person is lying to you, or they're trying to, whatever it is. But it's just an idea for you guys to kind of expect the battle that you're about to hit for whoever's trying to transfer their shares.
And is that group through Twitter?
Yeah, so basically, a lot of these people are from Twitter. Some of them are not. But yeah, I basically took it off platform, so it's not on Twitter. It's on.
So you got a notice at 3:41.
Every single person I've added
Tomorrow the phones. You think FINRA got a lot of phone calls
proving to me that they were a shareholder
on December 9th?
Hydrocarbon.
Just wait till the phones ring tomorrow.
And yeah, so I encourage that amongst you guys. Whoever wants to hold that kind of group for Fidelity, wants to do that with TD, whatever it is. But you guys could organize yourselves and kind of create, fractions between yourselves per broker, and kind of share, the answers that you get from your brokers, see how they're lying to you or how they're trying to stall you. I think that's going to go a long way.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you for that, Edward. Also, if there's anyone who is running a E-Trade group, please send me an invite. I also have E-Trade as a broker, and I would like to be part of that group as well. So before we go on to the next speaker, I see that there are Richard K. If you guys would like to speak, please put your hand up. Otherwise, please drop down. We have lots of requests, people who want to come up and speak. So
I'm up here.
Do that now. We're going to go to Pegs. Pegs, you'll be next. Then it's Kenneth. Then I believe Tony. Then Oracle.
There's no news with GTII. Let me go through GTII quickly while everyone wants to hear MMTLP, but I don't want to ignore your question on GTII. GTII, we have one trap short who is short probably 400 million shares. Alpine is the prime broker who is in trouble with FINRA for violating a cease and desist 35,000 times. Alpine's using lawyers to fight that. It's still in the court system. GTII has a deal pending with Trento Mines. GTII has a deal pending with a water company. GTII has a FBI investigation going on. GTII has a registered restricted dividend, whose registration legend will come off probably in October. These are the things going on with GTII. The stock is down because the criminals keep selling counterfeit shares that do not exist. So you either look at it as an opportunity to buy, or you say to yourself, you know what, it's never going to end, I'm going to get out. or you hold, or you do some sort of combination of those three things. That's as good an update as I can give you on GTII.
70% of my shares back in January, and I wanted to transfer some more today. The guy, he did put me on hold for a good 10 minutes, but because I already have an account set up at AST, and I wanted to move over some more, he did tell me that it would, previously that they had told me they were going to charge me $100 to move over my shares.
There's been zero Trento mine news. Okay, Stoney, I agree with that. Trento's off the table, Stoney. Because there's been news, no news on Trento for 9 months, it's off the table. So the only thing left is the water deal, Stoney, and the huge naked short position, and the FBI going after whoever stiffed Westpac Securities. Otherwise, Stoney, Trento's gone. I agree with you. Trento's gone. Thank you for bringing that up, Stoney. There's no news on Trento, so it's finished. And let's not bring up Trento anymore. He also said it looks like 3-day backlog on transfers. That's interesting.
No, and this one is not a corporate action.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so let me explain. So remember we talked about that NextBridge provided.
Okay, so let me see. I'm not shooting the message. $500 fee, I'd pay it, but.
So once that S1 is done, which is called a prospectus, then FINRA puts together the corporate action with language from the prospectus, and that is what is given then to the brokers.
Okay, I see. So in other words, an S1 does not prompt a broker or any other type of broker to execute that directive by the S1. Am I correct?
I think officially that notification has to come from FINRA, being that the brokers are member firms of FINRA. FINRA gives the brokers instructions.
Oh, okay, perfect.
And if I'm wrong about that or anyone else, please correct it, but that is my understanding.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, John. And my second is just a statement that I just find a little peculiar. Why the S1 kind of dangles a carrot in front of us, saying those who will transfer to AST it'll be beneficial. Like, what about ones that
3-day backlog
want to transfer for the time being? How come it's not beneficial for them? That's what I just find a little peculiar about their statement. Does anybody have
because they're incentivizing us to transfer to AST.
I see.
If you don't want to transfer, you don't have to.
Okay,
you just won't be eligible for the benefit.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's still your choice. They're not taking anything away from you. They're just rewarding you with a benefit if you choose to move your shares to AST.
It's just that I don't want to be caught in that damned if I didn't, damned if I did type of situation. So that's why it's right now. I think everybody's kind of hesitant to take a definite action.
And honestly, Tony, we've got, and I'll let you know while I'm here at the mic, guys, up in the nest. NextBridge posted this announcement, so I quote tweeted, and you guys can put any of your questions. I've been writing all of your questions down, but if you have further questions, go to that tweet, drop them in the chat. Tony, this is what I'm doing. I'd encourage you to do what you think is best for you and your financial goals. I am going to wait until NextBridge answers some of these questions before I make any move.
Exactly.
So I just think we need to give them some time to make some clarifications, answer some questions. Who knows? One of them may pop into a space to instruct us further, and then we'll make a decision then. At least for me, that's what I will do.
That sounds fair enough. Thank you.
If they did give back trading days, those who transfer can't participate.
Thank you.
That's 100% true.
I'm going to drop down now. I just want to say hi to William. Thank you guys for letting me co-host. I put something up in the nest on Fidelity for you guys. And have a good night, guys. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Jen. I'll reach out to you.
Hi, Jennifer.
Thanks, Jen.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Guys, give me a second here. Let me get situated. If Tony was done, go ahead, Smokey, while I
right.
rearrange my lineup here.
Thanks, busy.
You can co-host me if you
I think the question was the point. If there's trading during the transfer time, it'll be difficult. But after you've transferred, you can trade, of course.
Just for one, yes, Junk, you're right. I think actually this is super important to talk about. FINRA was the fraud, right? They screwed up. They really screwed up.
I don't think so.
NextBridge, by doing it the way they've done it, they don't need to include FINRA. It's not going to hit the brokers. They're even stating no broker, no bank, no anybody, unless you're not with AST, you're not getting it. So I think that was a way for them to completely just write FINRA out of this whole entire thing. Again, I think that this is very real. This is something that is them going full on this issue. They are trying to push the discovery of an imbalance. So I think that I agree with you, Junk. The other thing I wanted to say was you had mentioned about having an account AST. That is true as well. I hold paper certificates. However, I also am registered. That means my name is on the books at AST. I've called them. I have a physical account. It just doesn't have anything in it. So once I sign the back of my document stating I want to hold them in my electronic account, they just, when I mail it in, they basically dispose of the document. They put my holdings inside.
You can keep asking questions. Just don't expect me to be always. I don't know. I'm so unpredictable now.
Do you mind disclosing what broker you're with?
I was with Webull when I did the transfer.
Okay. Okay.
GTII shares are with Fidelity. Should you chat? I don't even know why you're asking that, so I have to be careful in my answer. Because I don't know the context that you're asking that in. I don't see any reason to transfer GTII anywhere. I wouldn't transfer GTII.
I'm going to aggregate them, and then Jen will help me get them to NextBridge, and hopefully we will either get a
Oh, it sounds like Fidelity's going to crash.
video to answer those questions.
I would.
Mr. McCabe or DeBose or someone from NextBridge on a space. No promises, but
I don't think I would.
Get your questions.
The risk of transferring GTII out is you'll miss any short squeeze if it happens. So I just think you got to ride at that. I can't give you advice. You got to make your own.
I know you're probably working. I put a line here on the list. I'll get you back up here, get you in front of the line. Next is going to be Richard K. Then Kent 100. Richard K., you have the mic.
All right, you guys. I'm glad to be on. And
is it legal? Okay, here's not legal advice.
It's all lifeline to hold on to. Having information is a big deal for people's sanity. I'm a Fidelity holder, and it's all in a 401k and an IRA. And I've called them the last couple days a couple times, talked to the supervisor.
I would say no to your question, but the real point is they're giving it to all shareholders.
While I'm working, I cannot touch it.
They're giving it to all shareholders
I was hoping to be
who are
retired
real.
so they could touch it.
So then your question really should be, can the system give you fake shares? Which is the whole problem.
Am I able to take advantage of that? Or anyone that's in Fidelity or in a 401k? And whoever wants to chime in and answer that, I'd love to hear.
Am I going to transfer mine? Probably not.
If any, the gentleman's question in regards to Fidelity, Smokey, Fidelity.
My experience is I
about that myself.
can't.
And here's what I'm going to tell you to do. First of all, contact your agent at Fidelity. Talk to them thoroughly. Again, after all of this has been released, make sure that you even CC a copy of this to the person you're talking to. The S1 that works. See what goes on with that conversation. Also, remember that this is valueless, so see what happens there. The other thing that I am interested to find out is, so you know what? I'm gonna take a step back. I think Junk wants to say something. Let me rephrase that. Hold on.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Lots of questions coming in about the 401k. Let me say this. NextBridge is well aware of this complication. I don't know what their strategies is, but I do know that they are aware. It was proposed earlier that maybe AST becomes a designated depository for 401ks. It can also be, from my first reading of the filing, they did not designate American Stock Transfer Agent as their transfer agent. It is possible that they can run this through a transfer agent that can receive those accounts and those shares.
They are designated to AST. It's in the release.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
But they could also designate. They could also.
They've been telling me is that it has to.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that was talking.
Taxes.
No, I'm having a fine day. I'm just.
So here's my understanding, and this is the question on the list for them, is that if you transfer those shares to another company that is a depository of retirement accounts, that will not count as a distribution. But currently AST is not. I don't know if the parent company that just bought them is. But all I can say is, one thing I do know for certain is that NextBridge is aware of this complication. And two, we will forward these questions to them. I would wait for an answer until you make a decision. But I would personally hope that they would have a carve out or a caveat for those of you that do hold in retirement accounts.
Junk savvy, I believe the brokerage firms can deliver in your name in essentially a self-directed IRA format. They can take care of it. The question is, can the shares be in your name at AST? And I believe my experience was brokerage firms can put it in your name as an IRA. But you're right. It's something that you have to track down.
William, and I know that there are companies that are specifically have that certification to be a depository of IRAs, 401ks, retirement accounts, whether they're self-directed or not. But that is definitely a question. That was my number one question on the list.
I guess what I'm saying, and then you get inside your brokerage firms. But you're exactly right, Junk. There are several, the ones I remember out of Chicago, that can let you run self-directed IRAs. But every brokerage firm has that capacity. It's their own internal house rules that mean that you can as a client. So that leads me to believe they can put it in your name in a self-directed basis in this exception. But you know what? You're right. It's a question you have to follow up on.
I'd like to step in here real quick. I was reading through the S1, and there is a spot in here that does talk about 401ks or retirement accounts, and it's actually stating exactly what we're stating. It says, verbatim, if your shares of NBH common stock are currently held in a retirement account, such as a 401k, Roth IRA, or similar account, you should check with the custodian of such account as to whether the shares can be registered with the company's transfer agent in the individual holder's name. So exactly what's being stated to you guys, it is actually physically on the paper verbatim in the S1.
Nikki, can you give us what page is that? And
absolutely. If you do a Control F find, just type in 401k, it's going to take you to page 4, and it says eligible holders is the second statement. Also, it goes on to, and I think there's another spot. We don't have 401k retirement plan. That's not important. And then, in order to be an eligible holder of NextBridge holders shares to receive non-transferable subscription rights to acquire shares of NewCo common stock, you cannot be in a bank if your shares are currently held in a retirement account. Okay, so it's reiterating the same thing, and that's on page 68, the rights offering. That's just a secondary location. So,
is there a difference between a retired person's account and an active account if you're still working?
I don't know. I think that's, again, they're stating contact your custodian, contact your agent.
This is going to call out the system. That's the good news. And, you know, for all of my emphasis on how long this could take, this could make this happen like a thunderclap in a couple of weeks. So it's good.
All right, I'll do it. Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Go ahead, Kent. You have the mic. All right, so just to follow up on that, I'm also with Fidelity, and I have over 100,000 shares in my IRA, so I too had this concern. I did check back on the Next Bridge Hydrocarbons announcement to see if AST could handle a 401k account, and they could not at that time. So I'm very interested if they're going to make some type of amenable option there for us with AST, because that's
I know, Big Al makes me mad because I've been calling politely my broker for 3-4 months, and now I'm never going to get through.
I attend a lot of these, and I never talk on them because I find that it gets too turmoiled, and I don't want to be a part of that. But this is some great information with a lot of people sharing a lot of great things that are going to help each other. So thanks everybody on here for keeping it civil and for expressing your opinions and the due diligence that you've done. You're all fantastic. Now, all that said, I am going to say something as a cautionary tale. Don't get me wrong. I think this is the best movement we've had with this.
It is good news.
Since 2 years ago when all this fiasco started happening. So I'm thrilled that McCabe went and did this. But my cautionary note is the company does have in their sole discretion the ability to cancel this subscription. I just want everybody to make sure you understand that. Again, I am now going to start working to get all my shares moved over there if I can.
Now everybody's going to do it all at once.
I've got 3 different brokers.
I have no
so
chance.
Start working with all of them and see how many I can get
well.
over there. But I just want to make sure everybody's fully informed that there is that cautionary tale out there. And let's hope that this puts the right pressure on everybody. Let's hope that we get things moving with the broker dealers. That's it.
And then stay up here for, I think JR wanted to chime in on something.
Will do.
Yeah, I just want to go back to 2 things that the both of you guys were talking about. When you're talking about these retirement accounts, you've got 3 different scenarios. You've got your traditional IRA and your Roth IRA. That's scenario 1. You've got brokerage links that are attached to an active 401k plan where you're still employed. That's scenario 2. And then you've got brokerage links that are attached to a 401k plan where you're no longer active, but you still are a participant in the
see
plan.
401ks.
Those of you that are actively employed and have your shares in a brokerage link need to refer to your summary plan description and your plan document. My guess is that's what Fidelity or any broker dealer is going to tell you. Those of you that are in a 401k plan that has a brokerage link that are no longer active with that employer, I was told that I could not do anything with my shares unless I rolled into an IRA and a Roth IRA, which I did. Now, my shares are still in my account. I have not transferred them. But you need to know which scenario you're in because each scenario is going to lead you down a different path. So if you're still working,
This is going to be a huge story. You guys are part of history.
your summary plan description.
You are part of history.
That should tell you what you can and can't do in terms of distributions out of that plan.
Absolutely agree with that, JR. There are a different situation for each of those types of accounts.
Thank you, JR. Thank you, Kent. If you 2 gentlemen were done, I'm going to move on with Tams. We're good to go?
Yep, you can take my mic, Busy.
Okay, so...
take mine too.
Thank you, Kent. Thank you, JR. Gandalf, are you at work?
Yeah, Busy.
I'm going to let you and then Oracles go after. Go ahead, because I know you guys are working.
I appreciate it, Busy. I was just going to say, guys, read the S1 carefully. There's a there's an excerpt in it at the very beginning here of this new prospectus S1, and it's written in bold red, okay? And it says the following. This information in this prospectus is not complete and may be changed. We may not issue these securities until the registration statement filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Schwab had 50 million.
This prospectus is not an offer to sell the securities.
Allocated?
It is not soliciting an offer to buy these securities in any jurisdiction where the offer of the sale is not permitted. So until that first S1 that we heard of.
One problem at E-Trade is it's turning into Morgan Stanley.
This one may not come into effect. It's not 100% definitive yet. So just wanted to bring that up because people that were coming up and kind of not, hesitant or not fully understanding, I felt it was a big
Moody,
part to acknowledge.
I would take the paper certs if they're offering them.
So we're going to go with the oracles.
Because there will be a way with this whole community to get them back in. That's what I would do. Because if you apply, it might take too long.
Jared Gray, the manifest. Go ahead, oracles. You have the mic.
Busy. Thanks so much, brother. I appreciate it immensely. Keep up the great work. Anna, Will, great job, guys. Real quick, and I'm sorry, I'm at work trying to do juggle things. Okay, so and unfortunately, I'm with Fidelity too, and I'm just
Bill Cooper. That's what they told me. But guess how long ago?
What I want to know is, okay, so now that
5 months
we
ago.
all transfer, which I'm trying to do, and unfortunately mine are in an IRA account. Some of mine are in an IRA account, and I don't think I'm going to be able to transfer those.
But I remember it being $60, but maybe it was $50.
Let's say now the bus is full. There's 165 million. Now and there are people who are still trying to transfer it over. So now what happens now? I understand
Lawsuit City.
We're trying to jump over FINRA. We're trying to, show the imbalance. Okay, now.
And by the way, the one positive to not transfer is if they do make a settlement, you're going to receive cash.
Oracles, you're breaking up. Yeesh. Oracles. Can you guys hear oracles, or is it just me?
No, we can.
He probably got a phone call. Let's give him a second. Oracles, are you back?
Do you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know how much you've heard, but, what happens now? After we show and prove that 165 million full, now there's so many millions more trying to transfer over to AST. What happens now? What does NextBridge do? What do we do? What happens after that?
It's a great question, Oracle, and it's going to be number 2 on our list. I don't think we have the answer to that. They've given us no guidance or direction, and, I just don't think we can reliably answer that at this time, but it's a fantastic question and on my list.
I see that Huckleberry trying to take a mic. Huck, did you want to chime in on the oracles question? Yeah, he's cutting in bad off. He was barely connecting. Huck, you have bad reception, brother. Damn it. Huck, you gotta move around, brother. I know that I can hear you driving, but we can't hear you.
He is moving. He's driving.
Well, move to a better location. Oracles,
Okay, well, that's all that I wanted. That's a compliment coming from you, Junk, that you said that. Because, yes, I want to do my part too. I want to help. I want to go ahead and transfer. I want to show that this is, 165 million full, and there's other hundreds of millions of more that need to be transferred over. But okay, now what do we do? Does NextBridge go to FINRA and say, hey, now we can prove to you that there's an imbalance? So what happens? are. Do we now go after the brokers? Do we now go after DTCC? Do we, like, what happens? So I'm going to shut up now. I already asked my question. Thank you. Love you guys. Have a blessed day, everyone.
All right, let's try Huckleberry again, because I'm pretty sure he took the mic because he wants to chime in what you're talking about, Oracles. Huck, are you there?
How am I doing now?
Better, much better, brother.
Awesome. So, I think the question is a big one. So I'd like to make it just a little bit more specific. Edward was on to something a second ago when I was listening to him. One of the next big steps is getting through
MMTLP are the shares they're trying to transfer.
and quote unquote approved. And by the way, all the way
When will NBHC release well specs of wells providing proof of deposits? I have no idea.
It's more of an acknowledgement that nothing else is wrong. And so they'll do a series of correspondences.
In the GM squeeze, do we know in hindsight how many millions of naked shorts there were? Nobody knows.
Originally, on the spin out, there was 4 different variations of the S1 with multiple. This can take a little bit. Once it gets to a point with the SEC that
that's true. Things might as well try.
Correctable, and they're good to go, then they will do a notice of effectiveness. From that notice of effectiveness, we will have a record date, and once we have the record date is, I believe, from the little bit I just scanned through on the S1, 60 days is the clock. So I think you have 60 days from the record date to get all shares if you're looking to participate. And that's something, of course, we don't give financial advice, and I can't tell you what to do or how to act with your investment. So make sure you read the S1, you understand what the subscription, what the risks are, and if it's something that you want to do, then you need to be an AST in order to do it, from what I understood. From there, these would be a locked up or restricted vehicle, and the restriction would be 180 days, and or it looked like it was also pending on NextBridge coming to a zero net on revenue. So once they've covered cost of drilling, equipment, and everything else, that's when they would become exercisable.
Oracles, does that answer your question?
No.
No, that Oracle's question was, what do we do when NextBridge is full? So Oracle's, it is on the list, and so honestly, anything that we would say now would be complete speculation. But they're absolutely aware. They, some may feel this is the strategy, so they've got to have a plan, and they just need to let us know what it is.
Let me ask you this: is this? Do you think this is a counter to the Wells notice?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
And the reason is because this has taken time to put together. I don't think they would have necessarily known about the Wells notice. And the Wells notice is to John, GP, and Meta, not NextBridge. At least not that we know of yet. But no, I don't. They've been working on this for a while.
I gotta move on. I got people patiently waiting, and I got 8 requests.
I know.
Herder personally told me OGs are the true holders. Well, how does he find out who the OGs are?
All those goodies that Greg McCabe has thrown in. I will give you one statement, though. He sent
the others bought fraud. So how do you know who bought the fraud and where the OGs are? The OGs have their shares in the system, and the buyers of the fraud are fraud. How do you know? Which OGs did the OGs, when they sold stock, did they sell real stock or did they sell fake stock? If the OG stock was free to trade and lend out, and they lent it to new buyers, and then those buyers lend it out, and It's an interesting exercise, but it's
than
fruitless.
there were shares issued. In that particular case, they said that Dole
Well, Big Al,
didn't
that's
know how many
exactly
shares they'd
right
issued and that it was an
in
accounting
real
error on
life,
Dole's
but
part.
not on Wall
In
Street.
this particular case, we know there's no accounting error on NextBridge's part.
Doesn't
They know how
affect
many shares they have.
Finger and GTII at all unless
Once the claims come
it
in, if there's more
causes
claims than issued shares,
a system-wide clamping down on fails to deliver, which could happen. You have the issue date with the serial number. Well, Big Al, then they should be able to follow all of the failed delivers, but they claim they can't.
You want to chime in because I got to move on.
Oh, sorry, bro. I didn't realize my hand was up. I'll even step
So Big Al, you own it as an OG. You never sold it. John Berta owns it as an OG. He never sold it. Mrs. Mitsuwabu had it as an OG and she sold hers. So does she lose her rights because she sold it? Or does the new buyer of those originals get the rights of it? It's an impossibility. It's a complete impossibility.
Impossible for any short positions to enter into NewCo.
The lawyers will definitely say, Big Al, they're going to say, one, it was fraud, so the people that bought it don't deserve anything. Two, they're going to say the fraud is because of John Berta. Three, they're going to say that the settlement should be $2.87. Four, they're going to say the only people that should get the settlement are the people that own Torchlight shares. That's what they're going to say. And then they're going to say, okay, Torchlight shares merged into MMAT. There were shorts in MMAT, so maybe it's just the MMAT. Then they're going to say just reverse the trades, rescind the trades. Then they're going to cap it off at $12. They'll try every single one of these things.
Mark, if you want to take care of that question, you're more than welcome to. But William, I can see him talking on his live, so I'll get his.
What was the question? Sorry.
Sorry, William. The question is, this S1 and the previous S1 as well. The question's been asked: do the SEC need to approve this on the basis that NextBridge is a private company, or can they go ahead and make this effective without the SEC's approval?
It's a very good question, and the only reason I'm hesitating is because of all the securities transactions going on. But as a private company who's reporting to the SEC in hope of going public or being bought out, maybe they want the approval to have clean books. But I think your question brings up a good point. Maybe they don't need it. But look, I think NextBridge is trying to do everything so they can either be bought out or float. So maybe that's why they're trying to go through the black and white of an SEC approval process. But I think you got a spot on question.
Yeah, I mean, I can't find anyone who can actually answer that question.
Well, there's an aspect of NextBridge, and for that matter, MMAT, having to cross their I's and dot their T's exactly, whereas the criminals don't have to, obviously. And maybe they're just doing it, I hate this phrase, but maybe they're just doing it in an abundance of caution.
I agree. But yeah, I still can't find anyone that can answer that question, yes or no. Does the SEC need to approve this, or can NextBridge just self-approve this and put it into effectiveness?
Well, I read quickly the document, and it does imply that they may float at some time. So maybe it's on that basis they're getting approval. Anyway, I'll stop trying to guess.
That's fine, William. On that point, if I may just add this, if shareholders are moving their shares into AST, and that will be long positions only, obviously, that leaves an abundance of short positions left out in the cold.
and with a smaller free active float that would be tradable should Nexbridge hydrocarbons become tradable.
Well,
AST would take some shareholders would take some time to have to be able to transfer their shares back to their brokerage, and they may not want to because they may rather hold on for the new co benefit, which obviously, as we all know, I think from the S1 today, that you need to hold those for at least 180 days.
That's what it said. I think there's no chance in hell that the guys, the big guys, are going to let Nexbridge trade so that the shorts have a way of transferring. Look, I don't know what number's right. I heard 3.6 billion today. I have no idea, but let's just say 1 billion shares. There's no way that these guys are pissed off. They understand it, and they're not going to create an escape valve for these criminals. That's just my judgment. So I don't think Nexbridge is going to trade until this is all resolved.
Okay. I just wonder if the imbalance between long and short, free floatable shares will be so big.
It's going to be big.
That will cause them huge problems. But yeah.
Well, this is, we're getting caught up in the mechanics of it, but this is a brilliant checkmate move.
Oh, completely.
It's too bad this isn't a public company, because this is the kind of special distribution which normally might cause a short squeeze. But what it's doing for that liar at Forbes, that professor that has no integrity, for that large man on TV named Kramer, who also is short in the honesty gene, this is going to say right out to everybody, wait a minute, there are these shares short, and it could cause the brokerage firms to see. There's 105 broker dealers. We're assuming they're all on the side of the 2 or 3 broker dealers who were complicit, but they may say, you know what, we don't want to be part of this anymore, and they're going to start calling FINRA and the SEC and say, we want to settle this up. We want to offer to our clients $20 a share, $100 a share, $1,000 a share, and get out of this.
They may even approach Nexbridge and look at that S1, that 40 million share offering in the previous S1. But there we go. Thank you, Busy. Thank you for the mic. I'll step down.
They could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me say this really quick to you, though, Gray. Is it in the realm of possibility that this is a pressure move?
Completely. Oh my God.
Their intention, other than to potentially offer this benefit, is to force people to the table to come to a resolution before it actually becomes effective.
It's completely that. I mean, it's a brilliant move. I mean, Nexbridge want people in AST, and if you do go, they're giving you an incentive. How fair is that? And how effective is that? And how scared would you be being a shorting hedge fund if you know that the things that you need to get hold of are going further and further out of reach, locked up behind the barrier?
But I will say, Gray, what I think the big challenge is they can to that magic number. If they can get enough of us who see the benefit of what the benefit is that they're offering and get us to move, I think that's going to be the looming question.
Yeah, and I think they'll actually do it. I think it's enough. But it's a bit early because we only got the S1 today, and Junk, look, I've even changed my name, which I was glad I could do that.
Thank you. We're putting together.
This guy Gray's usually pretty good.
So, guys, up in the nest is my retweet of Nexbridge's tweet. So if you have questions that you would like to make it to the list, Jen and I are going to work together. I will aggregate them, and she will push them through to Nexbridge, because they definitely have some questions that they need to answer, so that we can be confident in our choice, whatever that choice may be.
Great, thank you, Junk, and thank you, Busy, and thank you, William, especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for patiently waiting again.
You're the best, Gray.
For patiently waiting back. Let's get through. So we got Jarek, if you're listening in, you're on that list, okay? I still have you on here, 100. I got you on here. Let's go to Arbitrage, Rowena, Bruce, MMTLP, Receive, Barb, Odyssey, Robert, Justice. I got all you guys on the list. Let's go. You have the mic.
Am I with you, Busy?
Yes, sir. You are. Hear you.
All right. Ironically enough, I'm calling you guys from the deep south, Louisiana, Haddonfield, Louisiana, in Vermilion Parish. It was kind of weird.
Vermilion Parish.
Ago here in that Bronco property in Vermilion Parish. If you guys could get some coordinates, I'm not sure if it's producing property or just
Don,
reserves, but
physical shares are fine. It's in your name, and it's on the record. I know this because I'm on the board of a company. It's on the list that the registered agent, your name, your address, so it's okay.
Reopening for trading. Now that the company is trying to get us all into AST, which I don't disagree with, and I'm going to start my process tomorrow. My fear was going to AST was that this thing was going to open for trading, and I was not going to be able to participate if this thing started to squeeze. Can someone comment on, is this water under the bridge now for trading? Are we safe to get out of the water and go in hiding so that they can't cover our shares?
It's a good question.
I would. Sorry to. I talked over you, Busy. Sorry.
No, it's a good question. Go ahead, William, because if there is an imbalance, how are they going to reconcile? Even if we.
I think the only way the stock starts trading again is if you have a regulator that takes the bull by the horns, and I don't see one of those. On the other hand, this might cause so much pressure on the broker-dealers that they put pressure on FINRA to open it up for trading. I've always said, though, be careful what you wish for because it's going to be in the details of the rules that establish that trading. It might be your answer to get cash, but it also might be, it might just be that you don't get a big number if they open it up for trading. Imagine if they say, if you trade your shares, great. If you don't, they're worthless. You know, they don't have any rights. Or if
I just got off the phone with TradeStation. Can I just?
Yes, yeah. I'll shut up.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm out doing stuff. But I spent about just the last 40 minutes on the phone with TradeStation. I don't know how many people have that one.
Dave B, give me a second. Is this has to do any to answer the question about arbitrage?
About what?
Arbitrage asked you a specific question. Is this regarding his question?
Yeah, no, I know. I just wanted to let everybody know that I actually got a case number from TradeStation for the first time after all the times I've talked to them today, right now.
Just give me a second then. Arbitrage. Did William ask a question? No, it's okay, Dave. I just don't want to talk to anybody.
I understand that we don't know yet. I have several private investments. I don't really need to go to NextBridge. I'm looking to trade this thing if they open it up. If I go to AST, I don't have any experience with AST. Can I call AST if this thing starts squeezing and say, hey, here's my QSIP number. Can you sell my 20,000 shares? Can I do that?
I think that's the risk you would take. And
by going to AST, that's the risk, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Now, having said that, these are some big boys here, and I'm talking about the five guys. I'm not trying to be sexist, but there's five.
I'm gonna drop down.
Well, there's just one thing. They may be able to organize with that transfer agent or with a brokerage firm the immediate transfer of your shares into a trading situation. So it might be possible that you could trade your AST shares quickly, but they'd have to organize that. And I'm not privileged to know if they have or not, but they have the weight to do that. They could find a place to quickly accept your shares for trading, I think.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave. Give us the news that you have for us.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was interrupting there. It's my fault. I just want to let everybody know that I don't know how many people out there really have TradeStation, as MMTLP, holders, but
this is the first time. The other times that I've called them over the course of the last, 8-10 months, it's always been like, well, this thing might trade again.
I agree with you,
on,
Big
blah,
Al.
blah, blah, and I did
I
that,
agree
but
with
all right,
you.
fine. But now all this drama that's going on, right now, this new news is fantastic. I'm like, you know what? If it's not, it sounds like it's not going to trade, but I'm sick of waiting. So I'm like, let's just see what happens if we just start transferring our stuff, right? And so I've got around 13,000 shares in my trade station, and it got a little escalated, but it's like I was very nice the whole time, but I actually got a case number for the first time that they're good.
You did say that.
Apparently assigned to the process of transferring my trade station, MMTLP, to AST. And then
I wouldn't be so excited. That probably means the lawyers have informed them.
On the, trade desk, whatever,
to keep a record.
Or whatever, and I'm going to find out what's going on. I just want to let everybody know that that was something that's new. That hadn't happened until today, where they actually are making the effort. So,
thank you, Albatross. Was that Albatross or no? That was Dave V. Sit. I'm getting all confused now. All right, so we have a list here. Let me go to the list again. We
grabbed the mic to give him a little bit more of an answer.
If you're transferring was...
Okay, go ahead. So if you follow Bird Lady, she was trying to see what are our trading options with shares that are at AST, and she was trying to bespoke sell them and not getting any, and that's more of a direct, I have a buyer, I have someone I want to sell dash transfer these to.
You can't.
So it seemed very much so that once they were in AST, they were in AST in your name to be held there.
Yeah,
so,
you can't sell them unless they can get it to a brokerage firm.
Thing that I'd be able to trade with. So any shares that went there were basically the ones I was locking in a vault as my long-term hold.
That's right.
That's how I've interpreted and that's how I've acted in terms of how I held my shares. But you might get something different from AST. I will definitely ask them about what happens when I get them on the phone. I will be contacting AST as well.
Jonna, did you want to chime in also on the AST? Question?
Yeah, I want to chime in on a couple things. TradeStation, be very, very careful. My shares were missing for close to a month. I had to file an OIG complaint, and now my shares are at both TradeStation and at AST in book entry. So anyone transferring their shares, make sure before you transfer or do anything, take screenshots and keep documentation of all of your transactions so that you know what you had, because things go missing.
Jonna, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I listen to you literally every single day, and I really appreciate everything you guys do out there. And I don't speak very often. I only come in when I have something to share, which I just did. And I know that your shares, like you keep talking about, are in both places.
Yep.
And I'm because of the stuff that you told me is the stuff I'm being very,
It can't be both places.
About the way that I speak to them, number one, and to make sure that I'm doing the process.
I think you should call brokers if you feel like you want to get a record out there, but I don't think it's necessary.
All this time, and I've only talked to them 2 or 3 times, and all I ever got was
it takes because 4 or 6 weeks. Well, that's what they told me. They never did it.
Blah 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 blah. All right, thank you. And then I would just leave it.
And I understand. Listen, I wasn't planning on transferring my TradeStation. They force transferred me. So
Billy Mack, I don't think it's zero value.
I don't trust
but because there's no public market, the computers are not going to assign any value. You have to trust your own understanding of the value of the investment. But if you think it's zero, it's zero.
Screenshots.
But the brokerage firm is not going to put a value because it's not publicly traded.
Because of all of this happening, I haven't done
Doesn't mean there's no value. It's just as an entry in your account.
And all of my brokerages and took screenshots of everything.
Zero is no more valid than if they put $1,000.
I did that probably 8-10 months ago. I documented everything the best that I could for what it's worth. But I do believe they can't make this stuff disappear. They're going to have to handle it in some way, so and I and I feel like as much as they would like to blow this off, that's what I was getting for the first thing until about 2 or 3 months ago. It's like whatever. It's like well you take the risk. We know what's going on. It might trade again. Just keep it, and we'll see what happens. That's what I got. But now it's like this was a new one for TradeStation specifically. I did my Fidelity shares got transferred back in February. That took me about 3 hours to get it done. So I do have an AST account. I do have 4,000 shares from my Fidelity account. But now my TD shares are now Charles Schwab shares, and they're still there. And it's. Anyway, it's a long, big story
Right.
about all my shares. But TradeStation, I really
That's
like
awesome. So let me understand. You got a case number.
Like I said, I actually got a case number.
Wow.
For the transfer process, and that was something that wasn't available. It wasn't available before. And I don't know what that means. I got it written down here, and I don't know what it means, but I will find out. And I'm also have an escalated call, so I'm supposed to get a call back in 48 hours. On the process and how long it's going to take and how it's going to work. So we'll see.
And just watch your account because TradeStation, the reason I found out that my shares were transferred and moved was they took the money out of my account.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Jonna.
So wait, one more thing because I didn't finish.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just got...
No, that's okay. And they were also talking about trading of shares
That's Joanna.
in AST or a private sale. When I transferred my shares over to AST, I called them, spoke to a supervisor, let her know that I had somebody that wanted to buy my shares, and would they facilitate a private transaction of my shares? I already had a buyer and everything else, and they said absolutely not. The way the corporate action read was that these shares are not tradable, transferable, or anything, and a corporate action would have to be done in order for that to happen.
So everybody follows these S1s in corporate actions except for FINRA? Is that how it works?
Apparently. So, yeah. Apparently. So, but that was my experience with a supervisor at AST, telling them that I already had somebody who wanted to buy them from me, and would they facilitate a private
I'm not
sale?
sure how much longer I can listen to
And I
this.
said, what if I wanted to transfer the shares into my daughter's name? And they said, no, you can list her as a beneficiary, but we cannot transfer or trade
You said that.
or do anything with these shares.
You said that.
So how many shares do you? I mean, I don't want to bring up numbers. I guess. I mean, I'm with myself. I'm fine throwing them numbers around. But so you do have shares at AST.
I have
but those are
three different brokerages transferred my shares to AST. My purchase shares are in a separate account from my original OG shares.
Well, it's another zero dividend. And by the way, Billy Mack, this new dividend may have no value. It's a new prospect. It could be years away.
But those aren't the significant ones. But those are my OGs.
They did get a case number, and that was important.
Are they in the same AST account?
Big Al.
Yep, and I gotta move on, Dave B and Jonna.
I'm sorry. Get back
The
to your
future
stuff.
is woman.
Thanks for listening. Thank you for the information. I'll drop down.
Thank you.
Is it safer?
Winston, I'm gonna go to Hans.
My view is I'd like to be an oil and gas investment. So if I could do it, I'd love to do it.
Did you not see my hand or?
No. I just want to put you on the list. I'm not sure.
On the positive side, this may put so much pressure on that they may start trading with full sunshine.
MMTLP receive had a drop down again. I know that you guys are patiently waiting, so I'll put you on the list. MMTLP receive. If you want to come up, I'll get you in front of the line. Barb, I don't see.
Oh, safer to hold physical shares. Holding physical shares is a pain in the rear end because you can't get it back in the system. It's extremely expensive to get them back in the system. But I think there will be enough big players here to help you out on that issue. Your physical shares could be burned. You could lose them in a hurricane. Take a picture of them. You can always get them replaced.
For the squeeze, because I know shorts, they have to buy the clothes. So before,
when I called them about AST,
This is Rowena.
they were telling me, hey, man, just want to keep your shares here because it will cost $500, blah, 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 blah. They made it like difficult, but today, while being on the call, I just thought maybe I could call E-Trade, and then transfer to AST. I got to a person right away, and amazingly, just like the person who just spoke before me, this guy right away said, sure, it would cost $60. And I said to him, I transferred, shares from Merrill Edge, and TD Ameritrade. It didn't cost me anything. They didn't charge me anything, any fees. But then he said,
$60.
The $60, it's actually because we will have to issue you stock certificate. And that's for that. That's the fee that I'm paying for, because they would have to physically, or they would have to give me the, just like what I had from Merrill Edge. By the way, forgive for my voice because it's rough, but I want to share that. So what I'm sharing is it seems like it's easy. As something is, when things are so easy, being in business for a very long time, it makes me think twice. So the other question I have in my, just with all this, what happens to our 2 trading days? Because once you move, and I do have accounts with AST, 1 Merrill and 1 TD Ameritrade.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Which I want to share as well. So I have this AST account from
See, I can show some restraint.
I have this AST NextBridge, by the way, account from TD Ameritrade. And now AST issued me another account. So they just combined those together. So this account that I have, it says NextBridge Hydrocarbons, it's combined. And
I'm sure there's a point here.
Because I received it in the mail, this statement of accounts, and then they said, oh yeah, we put them together, blah blah blah. And with AST, once you transfer, and I know we had discussed this before, like sometime January, February, once it gets transferred, and then it starts trading, because that process, if it will, we'll have this MMTLP or NextBridge Hydrocarbons, if it will trade again, they specifically told me, or they were adamant about it, that you may not catch that trading if it will trade again.
I act the fool when I pay $5 credit fee because of the wife. You're lucky to have a wife.
I'm excited about the S1. I'm so happy about McCabe, and McCabe is one of those people I like in this whole, NextBridge Hydrocarbon storage, MMAT stuff, because it's been quiet. He's been, I have him on my LinkedIn, and he's I respect the guy, and he's very generous, and I believe he's helping everybody, all of us, NextBridge Hydrocarbons. But now, once we have our shares, I'm thinking, okay, this is me. I'll have all my shares in NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Question is,
White knuckles.
Whatsoever happened to those
Did you see that woman that New York Times said that we have to stop having white babies?
Put it out there that they would like to sell those. I have not really been following spaces and stuff because I've been too busy with travels. I don't even know. We don't even know what happened, or if anyone here actually could brief me about those 40 million shares.
And your point is?
That they had a buyer. NBH had a buyer, and they would like to sell that.
What is your point?
Because in the end,
this is my theory, which is to say, tonight we have with us an elk. That's ANNEL, not ANNL. Yes, and she's here with her theory, which is to say, it is my theory, and it is all mine. Yes, and we understand that it is your theory. Lordy, lordy, lordy.
I think that those are like questions that we would have to really tackle with the NBH, Next Bridge Hydrocarbons Management.
Doctor.
What's their next move? Because I, for one, I don't want to be in AFC, and yes, my shares are.
This is all about feelings. Hi, my name is William, and I bought MMTLP shares. Hi, William. I'm here because I feel like I've been mistreated and the system is unfair. Well, thank you for sharing, William. There are AA meetings. Let's just say the serenity prayer for MMTLP. Give me the power to trade stocks that are real. And I don't know. It's for those of you who are married, I don't know how you do it. You just say, yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. That's not to say that wives don't have interesting things to say. It's just as soon as it's not interesting, I start losing interest. Serenity now. Yeah, Joseph Kurtz, the transfer's initiated. Congratulations. And I just have to tell you, good luck. When you find out in 6 weeks it hasn't happened, they'll say, oh, well, let's check on that. But I hope it happens. I really do. My name is Echo, and I'm also a GTII and finger holder. Welcome, Echo. My name is William, and I don't think I belong here. Did you buy shares in, did you listen to him? Yes. Oh, you belong here. We're saving a seat down front.
It just makes me, I don't know, this talking to E-Trade, it lasted even just like, 3 minutes? Before you can even reach them.
Men make all the important decisions in America, and women decide what's important. Well, I don't know.
So that's like, wow.
Please shoot me. I used to tell my sister, don't say things like that. Those are words. It's only words. And words are all I have to take your heart away. It's over.
Letter today and missed a big portion, so I am not able to answer. But maybe Sabby's not at the mic right now. But Rowena, the space is recorded, and I'm sure she's probably listening and maybe just not able to answer. But thanks for putting that out there, and it sounds like a good question. Bruce, go ahead.
Anna's great.
Thanks, Anna, and thanks, Busy, for the space. I guess I've been thinking about this quite a bit since the news came out, and I view this as just purely a real positive happening.
I'm a shareaholic. That's
like
a good one.
I've been searching for months now. It's really forcing a reconciliation, and I think
I'm glad you guys are getting shares.
This is by far and away the best thing they can do to help sort of facilitate this. In my head, I'm thinking about, well, will the SEC actually approve this? Number one. If they fully know and aware of the imbalance and they approve this, it's just going to create more chaos. So, one, does putting this out there create a potential reconciliation situation? Rolling forward, if they were to approve it, AST gets full at some point, which I'm assuming it would. How can they? I mean, ultimately, it's uncoverable by the shorts. They can't cover that. So then what's the trigger? They go ahead and distribute that dividend, and then everyone else that, didn't get into AST,
get IOUs.
They get stuck with something that who knows what, And then, you know, on the back of all this, it's kind of like
Deacon
now you have
Blues.
two different parties. You have shareholders that are within AST and shareholders that are outside of AST. And if there was ever a reconciliation after the fact, which there have to be, or someone mentioned,
Are you talking to me, Alan?
Point, if a judge is involved,
Sorry,
at some point
dear.
saying, "Hey, you know, these guys are shareholders, brokers. You put this thing together. You know, you owe."
Yes,
you know,
dear.
To me, I think all this gets unwound
Yes,
finally
dear.
when there's actually a sale of some kind, when the property actually has
Uh-huh.
a value placed
That's
on
what
it.
my
And
mother.
for those that are in AST, they're going to get, you know, whatever.
You know, it's like everyone's just learning this.
165 million shares. And then for everybody else,
This has all been self-evident for quite a while.
judge ruling that says, look, you guys owe what
Exactly, Moody.
everyone else got. And I just, the 2 days of trading, I could see that happen.
I'm going to see how long.
I mean, potentially could happen before. FINRA would have to be involved. They would have to tell all the brokers that this is what you got to do. So I just feel like there's a lot of pressure being added, and all this is good. I mean,
It is good. He's right.
We've got the company now actively, you know, in the
He's
works.
right.
We've actually doing stuff behind the scenes, and so
He's right.
this is really good. And I've got a good chunk of shares. I'm not sure what I'm going to do ultimately. I may move some and keep some back if that's allowed, but I just think I think it all is forcing some kind of event to come, and I think you also need to remember too, if you think back, just issuing a dividend, and I know, like, I'm in GTII also, they issued a dividend, and the brokers somehow actually gave dividends to everybody when that happened. I don't think they really felt like they were anything at risk just based on the actual structure of GTII. But if you look at this company, we have actual
This is
of assets, of dollar assets within the ground that is truly going to get paid out at some point. I just think this is a whole nother ball of wax.
All right. I'm going to lose this call. I'm going to lose this call. It's just how it happens. I'm gone.
Welcome to E-Trade. To speak with your dedicated active trader team, say customer service or
Customer
press 0.
service.
Please hold while I connect you to your dedicated active trader team.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to say my identification live.
Your call may be recorded or monitored for quality assurance purposes.
Catchy tune. Same tune every time. Bum 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 bum. I tell you, they got a group together. Took them 6 months. They had meetings and email chains, and they picked this song out. And then the person in charge of it got an "Atta girl, you did a good job." It keeps the customer happy, engaged, and it's just the right feeling toward E-Trade. This is brutal. All right, here. They're swamped. I'll put it down while they give me a chance. Bum 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 bum. I wonder if I'll get a strike on this video for royalties. Now, I bet everyone's calling. And the odds of me getting my shares, even though I asked for them months ago, is declining. I feel my odds drifting away. Maybe I'll take the approach of speaking to my feelings. Yes, how do I know I'm calling a real? We've all got it coming, kid. Well, he had it coming. We've all got it coming, kid. Don, I'll find out. I think I'm going to find out that they are going to tell me, sorry, Charlie. No way, Jose. See you later, alligator. You can call me Al. I don't know anyone who wants to get physical. I'm trying to call my broker and elder abuse. I want to see, because if I don't do it now, it'll be tomorrow. Everybody's calling in, so I'm not going to get my shares. But I really thoroughly enjoy the opportunity to hear this composition again. It fills me with the joy I feel the moment I'm getting on board the shuttle to Cleveland, or the elevator up to see my dentist, who I need to go see. It's not 9 to 5. It goes till 8. I think the shares kept in street name. Look, I think this is a great tactic. Hello? Maybe they hung up on me. Oh, another tune. All right, let's see.
Thank you for calling E-Trade. This is Sean. How can I help you?
Hi, Sean. I'm calling because I've requested many months ago and several times since to have my shares of, well, it used to be MMTLP. Now it's some sort of QSIP, either sent to the transfer agent or mailed to me in physical certificate form. And I was assured it would happen, but here it is many months later. And the reason for my call tonight is I think you're going to get a lot of calls on this issue tonight and tomorrow.
Okay, I can certainly look into that and see what the latest is. I know that, yeah, that was a unique situation with that MMTLP and suddenly delisted. I think went private. So I'd have to look into that and see what the latest is on that, if we can get the shares to you. You said you were assured that they were going to be sent.
I was, yeah. I had to, I had to pull the typical, do you know who I am? No, I didn't do that, but I did have to stay on the phone quite a while.
Okay. And I'll just have to start by asking a few verifying questions. May I have your date of birth? I guess it's now NextBridge Hydrocarbons is the stock,
Yes, sir.
not trading. Okay. And you're just wanting the physical certificates.
Well, the first couple of times I called in, and I'm sure you have it in your records, I was assured that it could be transferred to American Stock Transfer. And then the last 2 times I called in, I just accepted that they could just send me the physical certificate. And that's fine with me if they do that. But nothing's happened. I was told it would take, I don't remember, 2 to 3 weeks or 2 to 4 weeks, something like that. But regardless, it's been months. I haven't received anything.
Yes, I saw that there was some type of holdup. June 23rd, they said they had to journal the shares into a cash balance type because they can't take it out of the margin balance type.
Okay.
They journaled the shares, but then it kind of stopped there. It didn't move forward, so I apologize for that if you're told it was going to be processed. It stopped there on June 23rd, so I can put in another request now that the shares were journaled properly, so they can move the account. But they said it's not DRS eligible or direct registration system eligible, so they can't send it electronically to the transfer agent. But I believe you can.
I
have the
don't.
certificates issued. Did they go over any fees with you on that?
I don't mind if you just send the certificate. That would be great. What are the fees?
I will have to check to confirm the fees on that.
What I remember is it was $60, but it might have been $50. Something like that. The first time I called, the fees were higher, but then they lowered the fees.
Yeah, it says $60 was on the original request.
Okay,
so
$60. That's fine.
fees. Yes.
Okay. I might have to sell stock. I might have to sell stock in the morning to cover it, but I can do that.
Okay. Can I put you on a brief hold? I'll make sure that I believe I'm good just to resubmit that, and I'll be right back in a moment.
Okay. Can you just make sure it's going to happen, though, too? But yes, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Yeah, if you can wait, I'll just make sure that there's no other information I need from you or anything, and then I'll make sure it happens this time.
Thank you, Sean.
Or follow up if there's a snag or anything, but I'll make sure you get additional follow-up on it this time. So I'll be right back.
Thank you, Sean.
It'll take me about 3 or 4 minutes to look into this. All right.
That's great. Thank you. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? This is why I'm telling you guys, the ones that got a positive answer, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I did all that, Big Al. It doesn't help, but it might still happen that I have to speak to a supervisor. FINRA filed AZ. I don't know what that means. Well, now, see, I like how you think, Southeastern Pressure. I think by my asking for my certificate, they may say we had no more obligation after we sent it. And so Southeastern Pressure, I really like that point, that it's one reason to leave your shares at the brokerage firm because then they have the obligation to deliver it to you. So I think you make an excellent point. I just decided that I'd go ahead and take the shares, but I think it's a brilliant observation. Reed Lips Classic. I covered my mouth. This is Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. I think southeastern pressure, you've got a point. But I would argue, if I were an attorney, Your Honor, just because my client requested receipt of his certificate does not in any way take responsibility away from the broker-dealer with whom he was has been a customer for many, many years. Well, there you go, Moody Waters. That's exactly what you just heard them say to me. And my answer to that, Moody, is I'll take the certificate. But is it a risk? Damn straight it's a risk. When I first did it, I had an attack of uncertainty with what to do. Should I tell you all I was doing it or not? And I decided to not tell you right away. And I proved to be correct. One reason was I had no clue if it was actually going to work. And I was right. It didn't work. So I didn't want to get any hopes up. But then two, exactly what you're saying. What if it, by accepting the certificates, I was letting the brokerage firm off the hook for their legal liability? I am satisfied that I'm not, because I think they still have a liability to deliver real shares. And then the third thing was, well, what if I got everyone to move and it opened up trading? And the more time that's gone by, the more I'm convinced trading will never come. But if they did, you're going to miss out on that. And then the fourth reason not to do it is that the certificates are completely out of the system. And if you want to get back in the system, it costs money. It costs minimum $2,000 to $4,000, and you pay some Shylock in the sense of Shakespeare. I'm not implying anything else. But in other words, some money changer who takes your cash, they spend 60 days verifying the validity of your shares, and then they tell you got to sell it. They open an account for you. You've got to sell it through them, so you don't get the best execution price, and you have to pay them commission. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant at all. So for all those reasons, I decided to not describe what I was doing. But I remain interested myself in owning shares of a private oil and gas company. But do I think it's going to work? No. I think they're going to cheat all the way out the door. But it is good they journaled it. If you transferred AST, you will have real NextBridge, yes. If you have a cert, you got nothing more than you have now in your brokerage account. Well, if you go to AST, you are a real shareholder. I think if you have a certificate, that would be fraud on a whole new level if it's not real. It's impossible to sell. I've got them downstairs. I've got 2 downstairs I can never sell. So my only way out is if they sell the whole company. But you know what? I would be doing something.
Still looking into that, there's still some uncertainty surrounding this situation. I could submit a request again. I understand last time you were expecting to go through and you didn't get a follow-up.
The last 3 times is to my memory, but each time I received just a definite that it was going to happen. Yes, you're going to receive,
I don't know about a definite it's going to happen. I cannot promise that because I believe, just talking to my colleagues here, there's other clients that have tried, and as of this point, I'm not aware of anybody that's been able to get them over to the.
How about 3 months ago? How about 3 months ago? 4 months ago?
Nothing so far. Yeah, it's not DRS eligible. Their shares went private. They're not trading. Even once you get them to the transfer agent, you're not going to be able to do anything with those. What's the aim to get them to in the certificate form or to the transfer agent?
I just want to get them in certificate form, so I'm entitled to receive distributions and etc. And frankly, I don't trust that what's in my account is real. I think E-Trade has just put a failure to deliver in my account, an IOU, a counterfeit, a phantom, non-existent share. So I don't trust it. That's why I want my certificate.
Okay. I mean, it's not listed. I don't believe you'd be getting any distributions or anything, even if you have it in certificate form. But I understand your concerns if you think it's phantom shares or whatever it may be. I can assure you it's not. But I can put in the request. I can't make any promises right now. I'd have to follow up with you. It might be 3 or 4 business days before I hear more. So I'll have to follow up with you later next week.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, and I'll accept that that's what you can do, but that's completely different than what the last gentleman told me. He said he's going to get it done, and the one before and the one before. But Sean, that's better than no, isn't it? Okay. So let's do that.
I don't want to make any promises. Yeah, if a promise was made and not kept, I don't want to do that again. But so I will get back to you. I can promise you that much. This time I'll get back to you and I'll let you know what the development is.
Will you debit my account the $60 or do?
Yeah, I would just debit the account the $60.
And then I can, once that happens, whenever I sell something, it can just come out of that. Is that all right?
Right.
Okay.
So right now at this point, they've had some difficulty with that, but you're not the only one requesting that. So I think that they are working on
Sean,
mechanics of that.
I think I can say something for sure. You're going to get a lot more phone calls on it today and tomorrow.
Oh, is there something going on?
Yeah, there's, and I'm frustrated because I had called so long ago that I'm now just going to be mixed in with the thousands of everybody, but whatever.
Well, that's a good thing. If we get a lot of inquiries, then we'll probably escalate it even more to get it done. But
well, and I guess it's good they actually journaled the shares in my account. That's a positive. So
yes. So okay, and is this the best phone number for you?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'll call you back. If I hear anything earlier, I'll call it back. But otherwise, I'd give you a call.
What will your number look like? What will your number look like?
I believe it shows out as Sandy, Utah.
Utah?
But I don't know
Okay.
the exact note. Right.
And it'll be an 800 number.
Yeah, an 800 number, and if I don't reach, I'll leave you a voicemail, and I'll leave some good notes on the account. So.
All right, Sean.
Information.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead and submit it again, and I'll pay the $60, and I appreciate your help. Okay.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Swell. Why didn't I think of that? It's not, guys, it's not going to happen. They're not DRS eligible. Well, the first time, Phil, is, hey, Arca, you did a great video. Arca, I don't know if you're the Arca, but I'm assume you are. I want to show you something. He's going to laugh. Arca's going to laugh if it's the Arca. here's my technical analysis on finger arca. The only thing I want to call to your attention is my target over here, because you wouldn't say it on your video. My target's $70. See? So, you wouldn't say it on your video. I mean, it's not my first target. My first target is a little bit over 6. And these, mine are all rough. And then and I'm not sure it'll pull back at all from there. And then I think it gets to around 7, maybe 750, 7.25, something like that. And then I think it'll pull back a little bit of a test, maybe to 650, 675. I don't know, something. But it won't last. It'll just be a pullback to test. And then I think it goes... my chart is really confusing at this point. Somewhere in the teens becomes the breakout. And that's what the number isn't written here. So I would guess that it's a $15, $14, $13, somewhere around there. It breaks out. And then it goes first to 56 and then to 70. You heard it here first. But no one's gonna call me and say no one's gonna say that I'm the best technician in the world. I want to look up what DRS actually says. What is the latest with MMTLP? What I see here is drag reduction system is what DRS stands for, or defensive runs scored. So I don't know what DRS is. Let me write finance. Direct registration system is a service offered by the Depository Trust Company, which provides registered shareholders of the issuer with the option of holding their shares on the books and records of the transfer agent in book entry form instead of physical stock certificate. So that's what I thought. It's instead of. So when they say there's no direct registration system available, it means they can't put it on the transfer agent in book entry form instead of a physical stock certificate. Arca had a really good video, by the way, which I listened to. He said that this is a clear case of one spot 726, and it's going to trace up to a 2 spot 565, and then it's going to have the Bernini effect, and all of a sudden it's going to break out. But he didn't want to give the target. That's why I wanted to give the target. He did caution, and I saw this too. He cautioned that this looks like a head and shoulders pattern right here. Head and shoulders pattern. And I think that's what they're trying to get you to see. And I think Arca's point is it's a massive bear trap, because of other reasons he gave, which you have to watch his video. But there's a confluence of a lot of technical signals that this is not a head and shoulders. My own opinion, not that it matters, is because it's inside of this trend line, it's not a head and shoulders. But that's a risk. The other thing you can do turn it upside down, and kind of see if this is a head and shoulder. And I don't really see one in the other direction. I don't really see one. I mean, you could argue that's a shoulder, that's a head. I don't really see one. So I'm going to go with my first analysis. If you look at the bigger picture. Oh, here he is. Yes, but the larger inversed head and shoulders gets us a bear trap. Yeah, see? This is a log chart. Yeah, this is a algorithmic. Is that how you say it? But yeah, see, you're right. This is different than what you were looking at. But and that's why my numbers are really sketchy, because I'm not sure it totally applies. But I like these charts because it does give you they do give you higher targets, and I think fingers on them. You know, Arca, my general view of charts is they're a way of measuring the decision making of a large crowd and the emotions of a large crowd. And I think one of the things they're trying to measure is, okay, there's a lot of people that paid, I don't know, they paid $550 for it. So when the stock gets back to 550, they're going to sell and just go. Whew. But my feeling, and I don't have a big enough chart here, maybe I do on another one I looked at. I think the weekends are already out of this stock. There was a lot of selling downward, and I think the weekends, if there are any, are already gone. I think anybody that's bought, they're not buying to get out at $5. So, or $6 or $7. I mean, my targets I wrote here after careful analysis, initially somewhere 6 to over 6, then right around $7.50, and then $9 plus or minus. And I've already admitted to you, I get lost in the teens. I would guess 13 to 15. And I just don't see any real resistance anywhere. Except I think at 750, they'll try to pull it back down to maybe 6.5, something, just to test. Just to be a test. It'll be quick, and then it goes back up, I'm guessing. So Arca says consolidation first for validation, then upside. Yeah, I could see that. We're kind of in no man's land, like we're playing tennis right now. I choose to see the rosy that it's going up, but you could get a pullback to test first, certainly. I like that, Arca. The floor is in and long behind us. I say that's true. And that's where I got the line down here. You know, it came right down to here. Back. And then recently, it came into this channel. And so, Arca, my view is this channel's real. It came out of it and went back in it. It came out and it's back in it. And I think it's going to come out again to the upside. I don't know. You guys listen to Arca. His analysis is excellent. Avid's is good. There's a couple people on here that are very good with their analysis too, like Route 1 Lake Tahoe and a couple others I can't think right now. How does this affect Finger and GTI with us? I don't think it really does affect Finger GTI, except I give the back offices a lot more leeway in the sense that human beings are answering the phones. Human beings are looking at the printouts every morning. So I would submit to you that most of the back office people have no clue what's going on. So by this happening with MMTLP, it's going to cause up the line individuals who used to just think that everything hummed along cleanly. You know, a regional manager or a compliance office might call a meeting and she's going to say, we got to change our policies. And that could have a positive impact on how brokerage firms look at the fail to delivers in GTII and FNGR. Well, we are on the same page, and OA, that's what really intrigued me after I listened. You know, I did this yesterday, but I listened to ARCA afterward, and it intrigued me. He didn't give the high number. My high number, I got it two different ways. But it doesn't matter exactly how high it goes. All I see is once it breaks out, it's going very high. Possibly. Obviously, none of this is guarantees. But it was intriguing to me that some of the numbers matched up. And when he talked about the Head and Shoulders, that intrigued me because I saw that too. And I wrote it off after anyway. This is old school crap. His is a very detailed analysis using all sorts of things, which are highly data driven, and I think only modern computers could provide the information that he uses. You have a friend that started to work at the DTCC. How old are they? My understanding is anyone that works there is a Wall Street retread, but I don't know if that's true. Ask them if they see a lot of old guys like me. Any questions you should ask? I mean, for your own comfort, you could find out if the DTCC is backed by all the major brokerage firms. You could ask them, how does it work if a buy-in occurs and then a prime broker goes down? Does the DTCC have to cover it? You could ask how that works. And that'd be interesting. I'm sure your friend would know more than I do. But the DTCC strictly did nothing wrong, for example, in the MMTLP situation. MMAT did nothing wrong. To a certain extent, most broker-dealers did nothing wrong. They just accepted the lie they heard on the other end of the phone. There was at least one, if not a handful of prime brokers, which really skirted securities laws pretty badly. Their lawyers will argue, oh, Your Honor, we didn't know, blah, 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 blah. But hey, you're accepting money. And you're regulating, and you passed all the Series 7, Series 53, and all of them, the ROP and everything else. You should know. So, yeah. Anyway, I forgot what I was answering. Locomotion. He says they work in an archaic fashion. Everything there is outdated. They I heard, Victor Vega, that, and I spoke to one person that had friends there. I heard it was just everybody on Wall Street who no longer could bear the pressure on Wall Street. They're put out to pasture there, and it's just so the people on Wall Street have some friends to call, and that it's a living graveyard of Wall Street types. Well, I think, Eric B., the charts have very little to do with fraud. But I think Arca would agree with me as well that if you're in a stock that suddenly gets good news that nobody knew about, that is not in the stock prices either. But stocks do start reflecting as it relates to fraud, or if there's good news. If you're a oil and gas company who just hit the next Garwar field, which, as far as we know, none of those exist anymore. And there's a bunch of people on the oil rigs and in the trailers and delivery and power and water and drill bits, and it all starts rumbling and they're talking, and geologists. Well, you could see some action in the stock price 1 week, 2 weeks before, or even 3 weeks before any announcement occurred, and that would show up in the charts. That's one example. Well, in fraud, in the cases of fraud, Finger, you could see somebody's buying. I don't know who it is, but somebody's been buying here. And we know it was a coordinated attack here. But somebody was buying, someone stepped in here. This could be a buyer who knows that the Lynn partners are in trouble and have to buy back over 100 million shares. And they could be front running. I don't know. It could be a couple of institutions who know the story out of China, that China's coming out of lockdown, and they know the revenue potential of this new 5G AppleCare device protection plan. I don't know, but somebody's buying, and that's showing up in the chart. I agree with you 100% that the chart probably didn't predict this, but it probably didn't predict that either. These are events that come out of the blue. But in terms of trading, it's telling you some things. I think charts in general tell you when the selling is tired and they've run out of the ability to sell. And it gives you an inkling of buying. So, I don't know. It's a tool. It's a tool. Just like Hunter Biden, it's a tool. Hey, Arca. No, you're great, Arca. You're always welcome here. Someday I'm going to get upscaled so we can have more people all together, but I'm honored that you came on. I do encourage everyone to watch Arca's video, and I was watching it, so I should be able to find it quickly. I'll show you what it looks like. It's in my history.
Ticker symbol FNGR finds the upside that we were looking for from our inflection point, which is a key support area that we were looking at in a macro time frame. There are several signals that we have to talk about, team, and also the fact that we're
So that's it. I'm not going to play the whole thing because then he won't get a lot of hits. So go ahead and go to it. It's called Finger Unbelievable Upside Target. Watch as soon as possible. And I do have to give credit to Arca because he called, even though Ham got all initial reaction that it was, negativo. But he did call it downward correctly. He did call the downward. I get frustrated that so did a gentleman on Twitter who knew about it in advance, and I think that was a coordinated attack. And to the other gentleman's point, how do you chart fraud? How do you chart fraud? What did you say respectfully? Piss off? Let me see what he said. All right, bye, Arca. What did Eric say respectfully? He said, I don't think charts have the same bearing. Yeah, no, Eric, sometimes everyone's worried that I'm on edge sometimes, and I am, but I'm also not somebody that needs to hear that I'm 100% correct in what I'm saying. How do I learn anything if you don't tell me when I'm wrong? Yeah, I don't know why they say August is dead on Wall Street, because they're all in the Hamptons. Da Hobler, my answer to you is this, but I have to look it up, and I have to remember which one. I do remember. A lot of people go on vacation in August. All right, hang on one second, Hobler. Nightmare City. Okay. I just gotta. Okay. Hobler. There's a chart. You know which chart that is? HKD. And see that squeeze? It happened in August. Well, technically it started, I guess, the end of July. That's always the part you don't understand. What's the breakout? Here, or here? But I'd say last week of July to August, HKD ran. Thank you, Eric. I know that sometimes I annoy people, but, Jordan Peterson said, you can't be great unless you're a monster. I don't know how you can be a monster, but no one's afraid of the nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Eye squeezes must be Leo. 52-week low on Logic today. Ziggy, I would buy Logic, and in fact I'm going to buy Logic. I did buy Logic. I think what's happening with Logic, I don't know where I think I can get rid of that and that. Can get rid of that one. I mean, it's going to bore you, and I forget who I'm answering this to, but for logic, this is what's going on. Logic is sending, I forgot to write it in because I changed pens. Logic is distributing. Logic is a publicly trading company for, I don't know what you're saying it traded at, but I'm just going to say it's 30 cents. It sounds like it was less than 30 cents. I recently paid 31 cents. Anyway, DLQ, they're going to distribute the data logic engine that drives all of their revenues. And it's going into Aubrey SPAC. This has been going on for over a year. Aubrey SPAC trades on the NASDAQ at a $10.60 a share. Aubrey's going to de-SPAC. The deal's worth $1.15. So this will be called probably data logic. That leaves the shell logic. Logic decided to let the previously announced acquisition of Prevco expire. That was worth 40 to 60 cents a share to Logic. Why did they let it go? Because they have a better deal. And then they own some GoLogic, which is now a lot cheaper. So if you use the low end of 40 cents, the shell should be worth 40 cents when it acquires something. So it's $1.55 a share. Time frame. The time frame for this, you have one piece of paper right now. It's going to become two pieces of paper, one the shell and the other data logic, NASDAQ traded company, worth $1.55. 3 weeks. 3 weeks is the time frame I have. Now it's been taking a while. As you know, Logic got into a deal with Ionic. I received a letter from the lawyer saying that Ionic does not short shares in Logic, or for that matter in any company. So they weren't doing the shorting, but somebody was. And Logic got out of that. It took 2 or 3 months to organize that. The Data Logic Aubrey SPAC merger has been subject to the SEC approving, and they received comments from the SEC for the 4th time last week or the week before, and they answered them all last week. So they expect approval on this little strategy that I've made really clear here. They expect approval on that maybe this week from the SEC or next week. Then it has to go out, and if you look on Aubrey SPAC's filings, they've already put a prospectus up, but you have to go out for the proxy and for votes, and that takes basically 10 days to 2 weeks. So let's assume they get approval next week, first week of August. Let's assume it takes 2 weeks to organize basically the almost rubber stamp vote, because everyone wants to do it. That's 3 weeks from now. They'll close it, I think, the 3rd or 4th week in August. That's my answer on Logic. On GoLogic, I've been persuaded that GoLogic could happen much more quickly than I thought just a couple of weeks ago, because this stock, GoLogic is distributing all of its fintech business into this stock, which has just been crushed by the shorts. You can't see it, can you? Recruiter.com. They're merging into that. You should know that the rumored large Asian buyers that are sniffing around Finger, maybe, were introduced to Finger by the CEO of GoLogic and Logic. So it's possible that there's some, GoLogic in particular is a Southeast Asian, the ballast in the company is Southeast Asia. It's all over the world, but that's where the weight is. Recruiter.com, I don't know if it is. It's NASDAQ. And the idea is you're going to move all of the fintech business into Recruiter.com. There will be a reverse split, but it will be in the context of rolling in revenue and cash and getting that listing on NASDAQ up to date. There are no shorts, and it may be backed by buying. Anyway, I think that all could come to fruition in the same time frame as Logic. The reason Logic is the reason this stock price is under pressure is the shorts are ignoring all of this. And they know, in the case of Logic, that Data Logic is going into the Aubrey SPAC, and that's a separately traded company. So the shorts are figuring, well, Logic, it's just a shell. We'll sell it down and we'll buy it back for 5 cents. So that's their bet. And there might be some legitimacy to that bet. But to me, that's what gives you the opportunity. RCRT, yeah. RCRT might be worth a trade. trade. Just remember last time when all of this was announced, I think it ran to 60 cents or something. Or did it go from 20 cents to 40 some cents? Anyway, it might do one of those kind of trades again. I don't know. Both companies, GoLogic is going to become 2 pieces of paper. Logic is going to become 2 pieces of paper. And both companies have very similar revenue projections. They want to exit this year, first quarter, on an annualized well over $100 million in revenues. And then in the following year, be up to $150 million in revenues or more. They both have the shared dynamic of being public companies, which can give to other small companies the avenue of monetizing their hard work. The IPO market right now is it's not as robust as it used to be. And so RCRT wanted to sell their shell. They screened 25 companies out of many. They were looking at the cream of the crop, and they picked Logic, which is a great confidence builder because of the team, because of the growth opportunities, and because Logic could absorb additional companies to grow revenue. So both companies have that aspect where they have the cream of the crop deal flow. Just like RCRT did have, both Logic and GoLogic are also experiencing that kind of deal flow that they can screen. And anyway, more will be revealed, but I don't think the shorts are in control at GoLogic or at Logic. And so at some point, this market will revert to normal, maybe not bull, but normal from all this bearishness that these small growth companies experience, mainly because of Gary Gensler's complete abandonment of the field to the fraudsters. Yeah, accumulate slowly. Mike Casey, I don't think it's bad to get a physical certificate if you get one. I'm not sure. This guy was either more honest or he didn't want to break the news to me. But last times I called in, they guaranteed I was going to get the physical certificate. I repeated myself. I said, "Are you sure I can get it?" He said, "Yes, sir. We just can't." And I said, "Great, I'll do it." I never have gotten it. But I think physical certificate will be fine. If for some reason you find it hard to get it back into the system, I think these big investors will work with one transfer agent somewhere and tell the transfer agent, we want you to help all these people get their stock back in the system. So I think it'll be all right. Are you buying shares or calls in Logic or GoLogic? I didn't know there's any calls in Logic or GoLogic. But no, I'm not even going to look. If I wouldn't see the benefit of buying calls. Although, let me look. I don't think there are any. Okay. There aren't any options in Logic. But I don't think I'd do it because it's almost like buying a call option anyway. And let me just see GoLogic. GoLogic is so cheap. It's so cheap. No, they don't have calls either. But Alan, in my opinion, both are so inexpensive right now. Why take the time constraint of a call, even if they had them? One more like and you hit 200. You got filled on the dip. That's great. I watched a little bit of Ace last night. I was tired. I didn't type anything. But he said that, I think he's getting more viewers than I am. Pretty soon I'm going to have to sign in to him and say, hey, Ace, can I get a witness? For LGIQ, I do not think he can give an update right now. But having said that, I think you're going to see, by definition, an approval. It could come this Friday, or it could be next Friday. I think it's imminent. I really think it's imminent. Well, OA, the OTC market used to include NASDAQ, but they've changed the definitions. Can't trust a guy with a 49er hat? I don't know why. Tell you one thing, I wouldn't want to mess with him. He said last night he was a bodybuilder. I don't know. I never met a weight room I didn't want to leave. It's just because I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm too embarrassed. All right, I'm going to go to 6:45, unless a topic strikes me. Well, I have high hopes for both. It's gonna be a difficult decision if they run. Do you sell and then try to buy back, or just hold on to it? And it's funny, the story on Logic and GoLogic, very similar to Finger in the broadest sense. And it's AI, it's technology, it's revenues that grow after a certain point, without a lot of cost of growth. And younger people, phone-based, it's all pretty interesting. Very interesting stuff. What's with that smell of feet? Where did I hear that? What's with that smell of feet? That was in a movie. Or was it in a Family Guy? Anyway, I just heard that expression. All right, MK. Oh, the gym. Oh, yeah. I can't stand that whole smell thing either. But I also get bored with the repetition. Having said that, as I look around, everybody now's built like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I grew up in a different time. You know, there were one or two people, and the baseball players, who all were built like Greek gods. And the rest of us played tennis. 3 more minutes unless something really grabs me, because I'm going to go walk Lucky. And I think this action by McCabe and Nextbridge is fantastic. And I think Junk Savvy's call, fantastic. Busy Brands, fantastic. Anna, so many people on there. Anything that brings this fraud to the attention in an undeniable way. Anyone who cares about the United States economic system will be shaken to their very boots, and change will come. David, I don't think it matters. If you have a choice, I would go with AST, but I don't know that you're going to have that choice. But if they give you an option, I would prefer AST over the certificate. But if they say you have to apply to AST and they say we can send you the certificate now, I'd rather get the certificate. Ryan's saying he's going to leave it at Fidelity. There's an aspect to leaving the shares, leaving the liability at the broker. So if there's a settlement, they have to take care of it. And I think that's a rational, quite rational decision. We did cover the action by McCabe, but not a whole lot of it. I read some of it out. But we had a space call where we listened in, and I think McCabe is playing 3D chess, and I fully support what he's doing. What it shows to me is these guys are not going to pull a popcorn on you or a COSM on you. They are fighting the system. Of course, they're doing it for their own pocketbook, but they're not going to leave you behind. And that's really something to rejoice in. I can have your 10%. Yeah, more proof that there's more shares than issued, but more importantly, more proof that the entire system is accepting, when you put up cash, they're accepting on your behalf nothing. That's fraud. Yeah, it's not a bad decision to leave shares where they are. I mean, it's only a decision you can make. So we'll see. Coda Campo. I like that name, Coda Campo. Probably mispronouncing it. It's a big red flag. And everyone's getting a runaround. Lucky's old. No, they're not shorted by the same short sellers, but I think you could see a little bit of a squeeze in both, but I'm not recommending them, and I can't make any financial recommendations. but I'm not recommending them as short squeezes. But you could see short run pops, and then that's what gets difficult. Do you trade out of that? We'll play it by ear, huh? Well, mine costs $60 a certificate. They probably are laughing, giving each other high fives. I don't know where we are with all of this, Rick. Who really knows where we are? Who really knows what it's all about? Who really can say what's coming next? Lucky is getting old, but all right, so fingers 479 in the aftermarket. Hey, Barbara. I'm definitely leaving mine at Fidelity, make them pay. Yeah, 525 today. It's almost as if they don't want it to go back above 529. Because if they get above around that number, everything they ever sold is underwater. It's not over. Look, Arca would tell you something else, but he said it could pull back to test. Look what we did. We went up here, and we could pull back down to test here, and then go up. That's how it happens. It's what happens. What's better for MMTLP? I think if you can get it transferred to the transfer agent, that's better for you. If you get a paper certificate at home, if you have a paper certificate at home, you can't deposit it at Merrill Lynch. You can't deposit it at Fidelity. They won't take it. They'll say, no, we don't take physical certificates. You have to go back to you have to find a transfer agent. They'll say they can't help you. And then you call the over-the-counter markets. They'll give you the name of this guy out in California. Oh, we can help, or Utah. We can help you. It'll cost $2,500 or $3,500, and it'll take 60 days. You have to open an account with us. You sell it through us. We charge 10%, and obviously you don't know what the bid. They'll give you a horrible bid. So it's a terrible experience to get a paper certificate. But I believe that the company will help if it ever... Look, I don't think NextBridge is going to start trading. So I don't think it's going to matter. But if they did, or if they were bought out, or if they merged with someone, or they've just floated, to have your shares at the transfer agent is better. Well, Ken, 529, yeah, Big Al. I'll go 10 more minutes, but Ken, just all that's happening is they've announced a dividend on a Bravo prospect that everyone is entitled to. And it's just like any distribution. They're saying it only goes to the shareholders at the transfer agent. This is what GTII did with the warrants. And it was working. And it's indisputable that it was working. Fidelity was paying 1,000%. Everybody gets mad that we're still waiting in GTII, but nobody can get mad at what COSM did to us. It's not fair. good guy, looking out for his family. Well, okay, fine. We're all good people looking out for our families. But what COSM did to us is it stopped the squeeze in GTII. No one's upset, and I'm not allowed to talk about it because... But what what McCabe's doing and NextBridge is doing, they're doing the exact same thing to catch out the system. The only thing is MMTLP doesn't trade, NextBridge doesn't trade, so there's not going to be a short squeeze. But I love it. It's absolutely fantastic. And it can prove to congresswomen and senators and to stupid journalists and media personalities that, in fact, in our system, Gary Gensler does nothing. Goldman Sachs has captured the regulators, and they stuff our accounts with counterfeit shares. It's all good. Oh, DB, that's very nice of you. I'm not reading it out because it's too yeah, exactly, Big Al. Okay, my last question. Where do you get those comedy jokes? Here's how I see it. There's no perfect answer. I am highly skeptical about the efficacy or even the inevitability of trading. But if you get trading back and you get 2 days, you're going to want your stock at your brokerage account. There won't be time to move it. There won't be time. You'll miss out on if you're not there, you'll miss out on a potential squeeze. I just don't believe that's going to happen. But if you do, you don't want to get out of your brokerage account. Second thing, if you get out of your brokerage account, it's possible that the brokerage firm says, out, damned spot. And I'm not sure for myself that does relieve them of their obligations. But anyway, those are reasons to stay at the brokerage firm. The record keeping's better at the brokerage firm. Those are the reasons to stay. The reasons to go to AST is you get good record keeping. The certificates are there. If there's a buyout, a merger, a launch, an IPO, you don't have to do anything. Those are all good reasons to be at AST. If, however, your brokerage firm says, well, you can apply to AST, I don't think that's a feasible path. And then the other one is to get your stock certificate at home. To me, a stock certificate of home is like being invested in a private placement. You're not going to be able to sell it. If there's a short squeeze, you'll totally miss it. If the stock, for some reason, in some fashion trades, you'll miss that. If you need to quickly get it back into a brokerage firm, that may not happen. So it's a nightmare to have physical shares. However, you have them. If the company gets sold to Exxon, you deliver them and you'll be back in the system, no problem. If the company goes public, you deliver them, you'll have no problem. Your only problem is going to be if you need to get them back into the system to trade them. If they make NextBridge, a publicly traded company, if they start trading in MMTLP, it's not, you won't get your shares back in. You'll miss out on that opportunity. It's just a fact. So it's possible in a squeeze to clean up the books. MMTLP goes to thousands of dollars a share, and I'll miss out on that if they give me my shares. It's possible. So there's no right or wrong. I personally will be happy to have shares like a private placement in the oil company NextBridge, because I've grown to trust the management and the project. I know the risks. I think there's a lot of upside. And for me, I'm willing, but I don't think it's going to happen, by the way. We'll see. I'm willing to do it. I know, Big Al. Any benefits in not transferring to AST? Well, the only benefit I can see is if all this pressure causes the regulatory bodies to open up the stock for trading, you'll be glad you didn't transfer. It's the only way I see it, because you can trade it. You're still going to be on the records of the company, so it doesn't give you any more privacy than not. Now, there's a lot of disadvantages to getting the physical certificate. But the advantage of getting the physical certificate is that you get it. So, I don't know. All right. One more minute. I wish I had a plan for dinner tonight, because I don't much like my choices for dinner. But anyway, all right, so Jenny didn't come on to nag. So in honor of Jenny, I'm going to say nag, nag, nag. And I'm forgetting right now, I think it was Jillian. I hope we all take a moment to say a prayer for her and for her departed husband. And I think today was very good news in our stocks. And so I'll wish you peace, love, and happiness. Well, thank you. Cook for me wherever you are. I'll be all right. I wish I could make my air conditioning to work too. But I guess I'm stuck at 75 degrees, which I find warm. But anyway, all right. We'll catch you on the flip side. And I think today was a good day. So, ciao.